Crossover. Oh, killer crossover.
Just crossover.
It just crossed him over nastily.
Another victim to the crossovers. Cross him up and sit him down.
Time for the crossover, powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com. John, Josh, Nick.
Yo.
Hello.
What's going on? Look at all of our fun shirts today.
Fun Shirt Friday.
Fun Shirt Friday.
Mine has astronauts.
Mine has little flowers and palm trees and baseballs.
Mine also has flowers.
Mine has palm trees and dancing hula girls.
Well,
There
we
you
all
go.
have a handshake except for Nick.
Space.
Space.
There are flowers. There's planets, though. That's Earth. Famously, flowers on Earth.
Hard to argue with
Well,
that,
You
Tapper.
zoomed in on that Earth.
Doesn't count.
Yeah.
That's not.
There would be one single flower.
There's so many flowers on
There'd
a
be
planet.
a bunch of flowers.
How many
Hmm.
flowers are on Earth? Poll question.
Yeah, actually, Nick has the most flowers on his shirt.
It's true.
More
really
than there
think
were
about it.
last year because the flowers that we planted.
There are 400,000 types of flowers. It's not answering how many
Cookie
flowers
time.
there are, though.
I want a specific. We
yeah,
need to
by
do
the
a
way,
flower
Pedro's
census.
wife, we still have some of your cookies here. By the way,
We
anyone
still got
in
a
the
lot
building,
of them, by the way.
anyone in the
Yeah.
building that's
Yeah.
listening right now, we do have oatmeal raisin cookies here for you.
People
Hard to
must have been
believe with
out and about yesterday.
Hard to believe with an offer like that.
Yeah, free
That-
cookies.
That
Yeah.
nobody would come in.
and they're
and
not
get the
poisoned.
cookies.
No,
Nick ate
Obviously
4
not.
of them.
We're alive.
5.
Yeah.
5
I
of
had
them.
5
You
yesterday.
had 5 of the cookies?
I did.
Wow, and a
Connor,
dinner.
did you know that these two inconsiderate youngs failed to alert Miss Cynthia, that there were cookies, and I had to be the one that
I
takes them
figured
out
that
there?
she would have known because they got delivered.
Right.
And
No, I'm not going
You
to let.
but you were like hiding them under your. I don't want you to see them.
I wasn't even here when they arrived.
I'm not going to let John pretend to be pious here because the cookies that he offered Miss Cynthia were the oatmeal raisin
Martyr
cookies.
John.
Yeah, I'm not going to let John.
Classic
be a martyr.
Martyr
Oh,
John.
Martyr John.
Odson, Photoshop it.
You mean lazy Connor and lazy forgetful
No.
Josh?
No, not lazy
He
nor
offered Miss
forgetful.
Cynthia the cookies that he didn't care about. He wasn't going to offer her the ones that he liked, which I think is a bigger gesture.
Interesting.
I think you're a moron.
Interesting.
Great retort, John.
I like that retort too.
It doesn't need anything more than that.
I can't wait to see the Photoshop picture of you, Martyr John.
You know, John.
On the-
On the cross.
Why am I Martyr John?
Because we know that you're just volunteering so that you can hold it above our heads.
I hold
Exactly.
enough. I mean, I hold enough things over your head.
To which
Do I need
I
one
sent a
more?
text-
I mean, I'm running up the score on you at this point.
I sent a text earlier to Otson I said, if Martyr John is on that game, I will too. I said that to him earlier today.
But
I'm not-
double martyr.
I'm not allowing
And
this
it's
to
not-
be hung above my
but
head.
the only reason why this is there is because you forgot that this was the deal. We were going to
COVID
do
brain.
this.
I
No,
don't recall.
only Biden, who is still in the race, by the way,
Barely.
can excuse that.
Interesting.
who-
But
John-
we had talked about doing the post game.
Yeah, I didn't recall that. I thought it was just the Colorado game.
You know what Martyr John reminds me of?
What?
There's this guy at my old job, also an old.
Classic.
He came in one morning, we were doing our stretches, and he out of nowhere is like, "Hey, I mowed my neighbor's lawn last night."
Ha!
Nobody cared.
That does sound like you.
You don't have if you do a nice thing, but then you brag about doing the nice thing, it doesn't.
Well, hey,
what's the
good
point?
news.
Excellent point.
I don't do nice things.
You offered Miss Cynthia a cookie.
You're doing the Illinois game.
That was a considerate
You're
thing.
doing the Illinois game. After a 4-hour show, you're going to do a post-game show on a Friday night. That is nice.
That is really nice, John.
The
because
definition
it
of
was
nice.
already planned. That's
Interesting.
why.
It actually wasn't planned as,
It was planned.
as
No,
discussed
it
by
was.
the sketch.
I think it was planned. though.
It was
Not
planned.
according to the sketch.
Yeah, not according to Schedule Maker.
So you
Yeah.
believe everything that's written.
By him, yes. I trust this man. I trust Josh Otson. He's a
Well, but
man
Josh
of
was
character.
not a part of the original conversation.
Yeah, apparently not. Tony writes, wait, what happened to the draft? The draft got canceled.
The draft got
Canceled.
canceled.
Yeah, it got canceled.
That's too bad.
Yeah, but the early returns are out on the sketch. Many are saying it.
Yeah, interesting how you
Excellent.
guys got an advance on the schedule. I never saw it.
You don't ever text with any of us.
I feel like
I'm
we all
supposed to
could have been
ask
let in.
for the schedule. I thought the schedule was released to all for review.
I don't know.
We're supposed to.
I'm sorry that
ask
I'm
for
friends
it?
with Josh Otson. I don't know what to say.
Should he just
Tough look for you.
Should Josh just release it out there
Release the
without
Kraken.
us getting our review?
Oh, interesting.
But we did get special access to the schedule.
Yeah, we did. That's
Yeah.
true.
So I think
I didn't change anything. I didn't touch anything.
special
No touching.
No touching.
No touching. I didn't touch anything.
special needs Connor and special needs Josh.
Okay, let's settle down, John.
I need the advance on the schedule.
No, he just offered it to us. Oh, Odson points out there's always leaks. Yeah, we are the Pro Football Talk of
Yeah.
Big Red Overreaction Schedule
Except for he leaked
2024.
all of it.
You only
That's-
have one cell
this,
phone.
this sounds
Yeah.
very fraudulent.
Yeah,
to
he
me.
did release the whole damn schedule.
Yeah.
Oh, Odson, great idea. You ready for this, Nick?
Yes.
Nick, make an NFL-style schedule release video.
It's really funny that Josh said that because I was just about to ask if we should do that.
That is a great
Look
idea.
at us, co-boss brained. We're
Look-
co-boss pilled.
Well, you should do it,
Nice.
though.
This is a great idea.
You know, it's
Yeah.
a great idea. We're going to do it.
What's
Okay.
your idea? What's your theme?
Yeah, what is the theme?
Why would I spoil it?
Oh, okay. Hard to argue with
I
that.
guess it's going to be a surprise.
You get a surprise.
Can't wait
It'll
till it
probably
comes
be.
out.
It'll probably be. The sim of the Sims. Probably what it'll be.
Probably.
Just going to steal from the Chargers.
He'll do Team Builder, but as Big Red Overreaction co-hosts.
That's actually a really good idea.
Yeah, good luck.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Let's make sure it's real, intricate and has a lot of special effects.
Yeah.
Really put Nick to work on.
Yeah, dude.
this.
If you
I mean,
could do
we
it,
want special effects. We want animation,
Mm.
maybe just
AI.
DM the Chargers and say, make us a video. And
Say we'll offer them $25.
yes.
We'll give them
And
$25.
their
And
whole-
cookies.
And their whole video will be 15 seconds long, and it'll say, "We're the Chargers. Who cares?"
It's John and Josh for this game.
But the Chargers were so good at putting those little Easter eggs in their little videos.
Yeah, that's true.
You need to put Easter eggs in your video, Nick.
Oh.
I
Ooh.
don't
Like in the
think-
background, it's the McNee State game, and like it's Damon and me in boxing gloves.
Just John on a cross.
Ah, that's the Illinois game.
These are all very good ideas that I will take into consideration.
All right. There was a tone there. I don't think
I'm
he's going
concerned
to.
about the turnaround of me and my ability to do things that intricate.
Well, the schedule is only released when you release it.
Yeah, that's
You
true.
know, we know what the schedule is, but
Yeah.
we're
Nick,
not going to
take
leak
time
it.
out from
Well,
your
there's still
busy
gonna be a
schedule.
deadline.
We'll just leak it. I mean, but we won't officially put it out, and you're going to officially put
That's
it
a
out.
fun bit too. Is
Yeah.
we doing? Oh, hey, I got the Illinois game.
Yeah.
John and Josh on a Friday night, which they both remember.
And eventually, if you listen 6A to 6B,
I volunteered to
you'll
do
put
it
the whole thing
myself.
together.
I kind of wanted to. It was going to be fun.
Again, I don't want you to be able to hold that above my head. That you did a solo.
Why?
overreaction.
Why do you worry about things that aren't going to happen?
Mm.
Why would I? If I volunteer for something,
I missed like one College World Series show a decade ago, and you still don't shut up about it
you missed a College World Series show. No, you just don't work during the College World Series.
because of something a decade ago.
No, it's because of every year.
Interesting.
That's
Is
not
this
because
true, Josh?
I don't remember you missing anything.
Do you really not work? during
I
the
work
World
very
Series?
hard. I do lots of shows. I did every show but one. Well, and the second weekend.
Yeah.
Otherwise, lots of shows, many shows,
Oh wow.
Many sides.
many shows.
So you guys are doing. This is the first leak. You guys are doing the Illinois game,
Mm-hmm.
and we already knew.
So now it's really martyr Josh because Josh is martyring my martyr.
yeah, you guys like reverse double martyred each
I
other.
think it cancels out the original martyr.
Martyr handshake meme.
Who
I
has
guess.
martyrdom?
I guess.
Oh, Otson says, let's have Joey try and predict the talent schedule for Big Red Overreaction.
That's a good idea, actually.
Uh-huh. It's a great idea.
Well, we'll tell you. We got two leagues for you. We got that game,
And Colorado.
and we got Colorado.
Yeah, everybody
Colorado's
knows.
us three.
Look at that. Menage a trois.
Oh.
Yeah, that'll be fun.
That's it. That's all
it.
you get.
That's all the leaks you get.
Mm-hmm.
That's all the leaks you get.
Yeah, we could put out a rumor like I heard that John has to be in Wisconsin on whatever day, so he can't do Big Red Overreaction.
Well, go
He has to go to a race or something.
go check out
That'd
the
be funny.
UNL hockey schedule because that's a nice little key.
Ah, that's a good one.
That's a key to one of our fine hosts.
Major
Yeah.
key alert.
Uh-huh. Yeah, go check out the Creighton sketch.
It's a key alert, not a key party.
Indeed. We'll do the key party on Fridays.
The
Yeah.
Creighton schedule would affect John
Yes.
And Connor.
And don't forget about
sometimes
yes,
me.
UNO.
Da-da.
Affecting Gary. Yeah.
Mhm.
As does his public address announcing duties.
That's true.
That
I
affects
think
him
you
as
guys
well.
are giving other
That's
But I
people
don't
assistant to the
opinions.
regional manager.
Yeah, that's true.
I don't
yeah.
think people know about that job.
Oh, all right. Should we keep that under lock and key?
I think you guys are giving too many hints.
Too many hints?
Too many hints.
Too many hints?
Too many.
They'll
hints.
never be able to
Many
piece it
things.
together.
Yeah.
It's like what Joey says about the NFL schedule. It's the world's biggest puzzle.
It
Yeah,
is.
Yes. There's 5 of us in 12 games.
I
I,
look
don't
for-
even know how you'd predict anything.
How could you do that?
I look forward to the Dallas Cowboys hosting the noon edition of.
Oh yeah, that
of
was a
the-
bad
of the-
prediction.
of the
Thank you,
UTEP.
Happer.
That was
of
a
the
bad
UTEP
prediction.
game.
Thank you, Happer. I appreciate you, Happer. That Colorado day is going to be pretty wild. Almost like it's the biggest game of the season with the amount of effort that the station is putting into it, I would say.
Was the Colorado game in 2019 also the biggest game of the season?
Yeah, they lost it and the season went sideways.
Yeah, but didn't they lose other games and the season also went sideways?
After
Yeah.
the Colorado game.
Yeah, but they were after the Colorado game. Famously, they were undefeated before that Colorado game.
Oh, yes, they were 1-0.
Mm-hmm. Starting with
Was that the year
Colorado,
where
though, they went 4-7.
Was that the shaky win over South Alabama?
Correct.
Yeah.
Adrian didn't look very good that day. He
I'd
was
probably
struggling.
argue that the hints of a collapse
no.
were there.
All right, I know what I'm going to do for the video. We're
Oh,
good.
okay. Wow. Nick has
Are you
figured it
gonna
out.
leak it?
Nope.
Are you going to do Team Builder?
Nope.
That would have been really
I mean,
funny.
eventually, but I haven't.
That would have been really funny because you're way into Team Builder.
Yeah.
Can you tell
I haven't
us
even
so we
touched it
can make fun of you until you know?
No.
Interesting.
You're just going to have to find out.
You
like
want to check
everybody
it?
else.
You want to check it through us?
No.
Okay.
I'm just going to do it. I'm the director of video. This is my wheelhouse, Happer. And you're just going to have to be okay with it.
Can't argue with that.
Well, I think we might have to make an appeal to a higher power and have that person rain fire and brimstone down on Nick if we don't like what we see.
God?
Interesting.
Yes, God.
That would be quite the twist.
Yes.
Yeah, it would. Some text coming in about John Bishop, by the way.
Martyr John.
Happer's meme guy says the future scriptures will one day speak of the great martyr John Billy Blue Jay Bishop, first of his name, giver of cookies. And then Venmo Chris adds, for a guy who complains about how soft people are these days, John does an awful lot of complaining. Very curious. Interesting. Thoughts, John?
I wasn't complaining. I was.
Interesting.
It sounded like you were more complaining because you were accusing me of being a martyr.
I think everyone was accusing you of that.
Only you two,
I started
who
that, for the
conveniently
record.
forgot
Hmm.
that we were
Conveniently.
going to do the Illinois game post game.
Interesting.
I just don't know who would volunteer such a thing.
Why would I say I would love to do a Friday night show? That sounds awesome.
Well, we're
By
already
myself.
in Lincoln for a Friday
I don't
night
have
game.
to be. I would leave. I would have left. I would have gone home. I would have beat the traffic. Would have listened to the first 5 minutes on the radio and then gotten in my apartment and sat
That
down on
sounds
my
awful.
couch.
That
What?
sounds awful.
What, listening to pregame coverage?
Well, you would have missed kickoff.
Just the
first
I missed
half.
kickoff last year of the Minnesota game because we did a 5-hour radio show that day.
Minnesota.
Director of audio / video. Can we only go on until 6 that day, please? He's not listening. Okay.
I think he's making a note to himself.
I'm actually communicating with the director of audio.
Oh,
He's in the YouTube stream. Just text him there.
Co-bossing. That's what's happening.
interesting.
Sounds like fun.
Fun.
Does sound like.
I wonder what that meeting is like.
Those two?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
We get along. We know what we're doing. We're like, hey, you want to do this? Sure. You want to do this? Yeah.
Wow.
Then we do it.
It's like you were ready for that question.
They're both pretty amicable people.
Okay.
They are. They're very
That's
nice.
good. That's good.
It is good.
Travis says, Josh P is a beat the traffic guy. I guess your mid-30s is when you become an old sad. I just
Wow.
want to go home. I just want to go home. It's not beating the traffic. It's just going home.
You are a leave places immediately guy, though.
Am I?
When you guys do the shows at the baseball field, you're gone within 10 seconds. See
Yeah,
you later.
What else would I do?
I don't know. Maybe stick around and hang out with John.
Watch baseball.
Yeah.
Prepare for the
Baseball.
next show that you're allegedly doing.
Yeah.
No.
I do
Wait,
that
what
a
are you
lot.
talking about? Creighton games or
Yeah.
College World Series?
I do that a lot at various games that I go to. I pull on my computer and I start thinking about ideas for tomorrow. Normally stuff that I'd be doing at my house.
Yeah,
But
I
I was just doing it at a game.
do that in my car. Got to get home and walk my dog. Some of us have
It's
dogs
the
to walk.
Dog.
It's a great excuse.
It's always a dog, isn't it?
Gotta let the dog out.
It's
He's
an
got to go
excuse.
poop and pee.
You
Dog
love
boy.
having a dog so you can leave places. That's why you love having a dog.
Among other reasons, it is a great reason to get a dog.
Mm.
Got to get home to Banks. Banks needs to go outside.
Hmm.
Spend 20 minutes. Got to get home.
Nobody else is there to let Banks out.
I do have a friend who could let him out.
Who let the dogs out? Who?
Who?
Who? Do kids know the Baja Men these days?
Good
No.
poll question. Probably not.
I
No
loved that
chance.
song when I was a kid. That song used to make children go nuts.
Dude, I did love Radio
did?
Disney.
Yes.
I was all the way in on
Radio
Radio Disney.
Disney was here.
Yeah, I know. It was
Wasn't that
1180?
1180?
That's
Yeah.
wild. I think there's a picture of tiny baby Chris Prudon with an 1180 Disney like
Did he have
hat.
Mickey Mouse
Oh,
ears.
Like when I was Facebook friends with him, got back when I had Facebook. Yeah, if you like go back to his old pictures, he's got some Mickey Mouse crap.
All right.
I mean, nothing screams, hey,
Like a
what would be
load
a good radio format for AM radio than Disney radio?
Radio Disney.
or Radio Disney.
It was awesome.
Sorry.
They played all the Weird Al songs.
Classic.
Yeah.
All 17 of them.
Yeah.
Which is interesting because some Weird Al songs are a little, I wouldn't consider Disney friendly.
Well, they were
Maybe they
back when they
bleeped
were
them.
first released.
Yeah.
They-
Did you miss your mouth there?
Mm-mm.
Yeah,
Just
they
looking at
were
John.
good, they were good songs. They were very good songs.
So it's the
But there were only like 17 of them. Then what did they do?
he did his remix to the day the music died.
Yeah,
Star
Wars
Wars
one.
Yeah.
My, this year.
Anakin guy.
Mhm.
Yep.
Interesting.
They played I'm Blue by Eiffel 65.
Yes, they did play that a lot.
I'm Blue.
Wow, you guys know a lot more about this than I
I
thought.
love
I watched
Radio
the
Disney.
Disney Channel
so
back in the
people
day.
actually did listen to this radio
I
station.
used to listen to it.
There was this band that did their own version of Mamma Mia. Here I go. It was like a teenage group of girls.
One of the first CD I got when I got my first CD player,
Nice.
it came with a copy of Kids Bop 2 and Disney Mania, which is like NSYNC and other popular artists from the time.
Is
doing
this the
covers of
reason?
Disney
Is this the
songs.
reason why millennial Josh doesn't like music anymore? Is because he was raised on AM radio music and said, "Wow,
Wow.
this is a lot of static. I think I'll just listen to these podcasts."
Here it is,
Really?
A-Teens. That was the name of the band. Oh, they're still together. They're from Sweden.
Oh,
I had no idea that the A-Teens were still
are
a
they
thing.
still?
What are they?
teens?
A40s now?
Well, they actually. Whoa, how about this? They
18s?
just got back together this year for some reason.
Whoa.
Oh,
Wow.
Reunion 2024. In February, it was announced the group had reformed and reunited with a performance at the Swedish music competition.
This sounds tremendous.
A word that I can't say. Wow.
Which song did they do again?
They were an ABBA cover band.
Oh,
Wait.
So- Yeah.
They were an ABBA cover band.
They played ABBA songs,
I guess that-
including Mamma Mia.
that makes sense for a Swedish
Here I go again. Are they from Sweden too?
yes.
Oh, I had no idea.
or ABBA, depending
Hmm.
on how you want to pronounce it.
oh yeah.
ABBA?
People
I like
do
ABBA.
like to say ABBA.
I like ABBA. It's more fun to say.
I feel like pretentious.
It's like
people
MAGA
say
versus
ABBA.
MAGA.
Yeah, what do you say, Josh?
MAGA.
It's MAGA.
I always
It
say
is
MAGA
MAGA.
too.
Yeah. You
See,
do, Happer?
John says
Cut
it's
that out.
slightly different. MAGA.
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 I do like to drag out the MAGA.
But you kind of throw a W.
You
at
sound
the
like
end.
you're like, oh
Maga.
my god.
No, it's MAGA.
MAGAW.
It's like
MAGA.
it's like for Georgia.
There's
people.
also an H in there. It's MAGAHW.
Yeah.
MAGA.
Hmm.
Mauga.
Amazing Daniel says, is John Bishop saying Weird Al had 17 songs, or am I hearing it wrong? He's put out like 15 records.
Yeah, seriously. Weird Al is like prolific. John.
I understand that. I was just it was more the what else could you possibly do once you've played out the entire Al
there's
Weird
a
Al
lot of
category?
songs to do parodies to.
So,
Mm.
see,
No,
I know
I'm
what
saying
you're
for
saying.
Radio Disney.
I
It
mean,
wasn't
Disney-
just Weird Al on Radio Disney.
Okay.
They also played that Eiffel 65
Eiffel
song.
65.
Okay.
I'm blue.
then the ABBA cover band. Disney's been famously making music for a lot of even problematic movies since the 30s, 20s.
Yeah. It
When
was
did Steamboat
probably
Willie come out?
See if I can find the Radio
Who's
Disney
the-
commercial.
who's the
Oh, I found
High
it.
School Musical? They all. So what happens in these Disney movies is all the stars of the cast, they go off and they start their music careers.
Yeah.
And then they play their music on the radio.
They do that. And sometimes they don't crash and burn and are permanently messed up.
But usually they do.
I found a Radio Disney commercial from 1999. Let's see if we can play this over there. I just sent it in the DM.
Okay.
I would love to hear if they mention any songs or if it's just like, check out this new radio station on the AM band with music.
It was all like it was like Radio Disney
You're
all ears or something.
Here's a
like
question. Did they
Oh, I get
that.
it.
Yeah.
do you think they did this to put it on the AM band to help out like dads who listen to sports or news talk on the AM band? Were they in cahoots together, you think? They were like, hey, if your kids are on the AM band, maybe they'll get into news talk. They'll get into Rush Limbaugh at a younger age.
Yeah, but like if I just because I'm listening to one thing on AM doesn't mean I would like to listen to another thing.
Then
Wait,
you don't have to-
Disney and Rush Limbaugh shaking hands?
Handshake
have
meme.
you read the news?
Handshake meme, John.
Would you like this?
I would love to hear this commercial. Nice.
Wow.
Good Lord.
We were probably echoing.
Actual
muted.
production.
There we go.
Of the music.
Okay,
Like,
so that-
holy moly.
I had to do this swap.
No
okay.
wonder today's 30-somethings are all broken in the head. That's what they had to listen
Hey,
to.
John, I listen.
Well, no, I was
It's very normal, John. Look at us.
We're all
very
wearing
normal.
fun shirts.
Yeah.
Some have regular size.
Whatever path we took,
some of you.
whatever their paths we all took, still led us here at this exact moment in time.
Boy,
why
there are
you're-
so
John
many,
thinks he's
so
better
many,
than us.
so many paths.
You
I
think
could
you're
have
better than
taken.
me?
Think you're better than us.
Think about this. John in
So
college.
many better paths I could
In
have taken.
1992, he was like, I'm going to become the great journalist for our time. And now he's listening to Radio Disney commercials with a bunch of idiots. Nice career you got here, John.
That was not a good choice.
See,
I should have probably studied harder for that exam.
Mm-hmm.
this is why I'm glad I didn't get a journalism degree. I only went to a 2-year college.
Wow, congratulations to Nick.
It's still in debt.
Well, it's obvious you didn't get a journalism degree. You get your news from Reddit.
There are actual things that AP posts on Reddit. It's not just it's a crowd.
Nick, you just have to let John say
just let
this.
him make
He's
the
just gonna
I'm
say
j-
this.
I'm just gonna rip
right,
you on
but
it.
I just don't want
justify-
John to sound like a bigger idiot than he does.
no, let him sound
I'm
like a
trying to help
huge
him.
idiot. It's
Oh,
okay.
Nick, what were you mad about before the segment? What were you? let's-
Create a team builder.
Oh yeah.
I was only mad because you guys weren't giving actual reasons. You were just saying things.
Well, it just is. Okay, it's team builder is for tiny babies.
It's for little kids.
but why?
It just is.
Yeah.
It's the fact of
If you
life.
can't explain your argument, then it's a bad argument.
Disagree.
Not really.
I just
Yeah.
think
it's
for
like
little babies.
I feel like it's the most low hanging fruit of the video game. Like, why would you want to create a team? Just like play the game with like a team.
That sounds like.
But Josh, the
It's for children.
This-
Why would you want to
actually,
create a
I would
podcast?
disagree. I would say this is for the people raised on fantasy football. Oh, absolutely. Because
Then why is Nick and your kids doing it?
because again, it's just part of the.
I'm a
it's just part of the
27-year-old
culture.
man.
But the idea of fantasy football, people fancy themselves these GMs, and now the team builder basically lets them play like they're the owner.
Mm-mm. You can do that with recruiting.
Yeah, but to be able to actually make your own team and to customize it exactly.
I disagree.
How you
I
want.
couldn't disagree more. I,
think
do not
I
think
would-
this is about fantasy footballification.
Yes, it's part of it.
Okay,
Absolutely,
so-
because people like to create something of their very own.
Yes. So what it is for me, I like to create something of my own, and Josh is going to hate this. Storylines. It's cool to start from a little 1-star program that you've created. And
Why
work
would
your
I
way
hate
up.
that? I did the
Because
same thing on Dine.
You hate storylines.
No, I don't. I love storylines. What are you talking
Cody
about?
Rhodes.
What?
Cody Rhodes.
He
His-
just doesn't like it
Oh
when
no,
it's
I don't like
applied to
Cody Rhodes'
wrestling.
story. Yeah,
He just hates Cody Rhodes.
I love
Everyone
story-
else is fine. They can have a story. Cody can't.
yeah. I just don't like that they call it Cody's story.
Ah.
Yeah, I love storylines. Yeah,
Th- okay, that's what it is.
I
though.
did the
It's a
same thing on
story then.
Dynasty Mode. I took over Utah, got him into the Big 12. It was a great story.
What a story.
It's just like that, except it's your own team that you did.
Mm.
Why not?
I like it to be close to reality.
Yeah.
I don't know why.
You can make it as real or as fake as you want.
No, you can't because
mean,
it's a
it's
team
a-
that doesn't exist.
You can
Yep.
make it a team that exists
Yeah, but
That's just not
those
in the
teams
game.
already exist. Why would I create a team that exists?
because it's not in the game already.
yeah, it is. It
He's
is in the
creating
game.
Creighton.
I'm saying teams that, or like you and I. You and I is not in the game. If you want to do something like that, then
I
you
have
can do
never
that.
met anyone so obsessed with you and I.
It's just an example.
You love you and
I do like you and I.
You could be FCS Midwest.
Yeah.
Actually, you can't be them.
Yeah, I don't think this is that hard to understand.
It's
I
for
get
babies.
why people enjoy doing.
Adult
It
handshake.
just sounds like
thing.
you guys are being you're being awfully me right
No,
now.
we
No,
are
I've
not
said this
being
my whole
contrarians.
life.
Yeah, I've always
That's
thought
something
create a
that
team
a
was.
contrarian would say.
I did, when I did it when I was 11, and I was like, this is kind of dumb.
Oh,
and then I moved on
A
with
bunch
my
of
life.
other 11-year-olds like it though. That sounds pretty contrarian to me.
No, it sounds like tiny baby boys. I think you just proved my take correctly.
Grew up.
Thank you, Nick.
Hmm.
Yeah,
I mean, you could argue that just the act of playing the video games is
no.
tiny.
A
Yeah,
little childish.
absolutely.
No.
You
Sure.
can make that case more than you can create a team.
Sure, you can. Of course, you can. We're all children a little bit.
Sure. People
We
are
just listen to the Radio Disney commercial.
That's a great point.
It's just weird to me, especially coming from both of you, because you're both very creative guys, but
Oh,
you
thank
somehow
you.
draw a line in the sand with being creative in this specific instance.
That's just where I draw it, I guess.
Sorry, Nick. That's my line.
Hmm.
Right there.
Nothing past it.
Yep.
Somebody watched all 1 hour and 23 minutes of the speech last night.
I thought it was over an hour and a half. I thought it was 96 minutes.
Oh, I don't know. I just threw out a number.
That's what I heard.
That's what you
That's
heard.
what you heard.
That's what I heard.
I was not timing it.
No, I was
I was
watching.
not timing it.
Watching another Breaking Bad
Not
episode.
timing it at all.
Tony says, "Wow, I built 4 teams in the last 24 hours, and I'm 38."
Sorry, Cody, you're a baby.
Tony,
You're a baby.
yeah. Tony, do you need us to change your diaper? Do you need a binky?
Grow up, Tony.
Mm-hmm.
Are you creating teams? There's a whole bunch of teams already there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's 130 of them.
They already exist.
Well, whatever. I mean, if
Travis says
it keeps you from getting into trouble, create a way, ladies and gentlemen.
Travis says taking a dumpster fire program to the promised land is by far better than creating some fake school like Trump University.
Oh, yeah, Nick's creating Trump University.
Trump University.
Patron
Nick.
Supply Nick is
Classic.
creating
Yeah,
Trump
I would
Well,
agree
but-
with Travis. Take over.
Josh, there's no
Temple.
way that Trump University would ever start as a 1-star. It would be a 5-star right away.
That's a good
True.
point, John. It's a
like
great
by
point.
resorts and hotels.
Mhm.
Go to resorts and
Or
hotels.
it would be a 1-star team, but we constantly tell everybody that we're a 5-star team, even though everyone
Bingo.
can see the truth.
Bingo.
Have you seen Mar-a-Lago, though?
That's where the field is.
Pretty good 5-star.
It's a very good field.
It was
The
fun
very best
being
field.
in the hallway and with John's kids making the Creighton Blue Jays, because then it was just a lot of arguing about their uniform combination.
Well, I just didn't like the fact that he had blue on blue.
and then he asked John for more advice, and he was like, "You didn't take my advice on the other uniforms. I'm not going to give you an answer.
Nice.
Yeah.
You're on your own, kid.
You're on your own.
Figure it out yourself."
Create yourself.
Uh-huh.
Your kids are here playing video games?
Oh, just
this the
building the
truth?
team.
Yeah, Christian's building the team. I don't know what Sam's doing. They brought their computers. We're just waiting for the show to end and the wrestling to start,
Nice.
so we can follow Cody's story.
Cody's story. I thought his story was done.
I hope
Stories.
we all get like commemorative books when we enter it that say Cody's story.
Is that what they call it? Cody's story? What is the?
That's what they
do
call every wrestler has a story. There's storylines.
Yeah, it's just people. Like, we're just like.
Thank you. I'm happy that it's not just weird to me too.
Why does it have to?
Well,
be
it's only
called
weird
something?
because
When I was growing up, we didn't call it Goldberg's story or Stone Cold's
Yeah.
story. Why do we
Kane.
only do it with Cody?
Because back then,
Because
they
Cody
were-
sounds like a baby.
we don't only do it with Cody. They do it for everybody.
Why? Why did they start saying
They do it with
story?
the Undertaker.
Because-
Undertaker just
Well,
died,
they
came
only-
back, and
they
it was
o-
Undertaker.
That's
His
his
story?
But it wasn't called his
It
story.
wasn't called his story though.
The story is the entire.
But
their
again,
entire career.
you'll understand that this is a new phenomenon. They didn't call them stories in the 90s. In the Monday
but
Night
this-
Wars, it wasn't. It's type of the Rock story, everybody. He's wrestling again.
No, but this,
Cody's story took over the world for some reason. I'm just very confused.
It
I
was
get it.
promotion.
Asian Joe, they all have story arcs. I understand that. We
he
never called it that, though.
well, just because you didn't call it something, I mean, we didn't
These for children.
used to agree with people by saying word.
Word.
You know, you
Oh,
sound
that
like
was
But
a
now
good
that
one.
happens.
I hadn't seen Word in a long time, Josh. That was a good one.
Yeah?
Yeah.
I said
And
word in
I
a
saw,
group-
and I almost had a smart ass response, but then I didn't want to upset anybody because I might have said something about Cody's story.
Are you sure you didn't watch the pep rally last night? You sang a lot of things that make you resistant to change.
Not resistant to change, Nick.
Nice.
I love embracing change. A big fan of playoff expansion, among other things in life. But no, I don't like it called Cody's story.
People were saying Word probably right around your favorite year, probably.
You know,
Wasn't it
2001.
2001.
Yeah,
You know,
not sure.
I will give credit or blame to Breaking Bad because I was watching an episode last
Jesse.
night where Combo, what did he say? He said something was choice, and then he said book. And that was like a
Oh,
good thing.
yeah.
And so I think that I've started saying, I think
Nice.
I said, that's why I said, I typed it and I sent it and I was like, why did I just say word?
Word.
I mean,
I did.
it's because you started saying garish after that episode of Succession.
That's
you
a
just
fun
pick
word.
up on words.
I love words. I'm a
Ludicrously
you just decide to
capacious
collect
bag.
words from shows.
I'm a huge fan of words. Book. By the way, there was a poll question put out by the Connor Happer Show. Is Team Builder for Children? Yes, leading the way early, 61.5%.
There's also only 9 votes.
There was more than that when I just checked, Nick. More than a dozen, in fact. A baker's dozen. Keep on voting yes. Vote yes.
Yes, 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 yes.
Jed writes, Nick is creating Creighton on the football game, so he really is creating Trump University. Wow. John? Is that true?
I have no idea.
I don't think so. I don't think so.
Theo writes, Cody wouldn't be the champ if McMahon was still in charge.
It's because McMahon loves big, meaty men slapping meat.
Oh. Wow, wrestling has changed a lot since the 90s.
So it was. McMahon loved big, beefy dudes.
Oh, yeah.
Who just oiled up big and beefy and just slapping each other. Every McMahon storyline, wrestler with their storyline is just big and beefy dude.
They're not beefy anymore.
I did love Kane.
Well, how did that explain the Hitman, Bret Hart? He wasn't a big beefy dude.
And Rey Mysterio.
No, he
Rey
wasn't.
Mysterio.
Compared to the
Mysterio's
Hulk,
He was in
tiny
WCW.
and Rey Mysterio.
He was in WCW.
Yeah, but he came over.
Yeah, he
That's
was
true.
He's still wrestling.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, remember we talked about him recently. Because Nick, what did I say?
I didn't know that he was a junior.
Yeah, he's Rey Mysterio Jr.
You said
He's
Rey Mysterio Jr.
He's still Rey Mysterio Jr. to me. Remember when they took off his mask?
Yeah.
And he wrestled Kevin Nash.
Traumatizing.
Yeah.
Very traumatizing.
But we didn't call it a story.
No, it was just he took off his mask.
Yep. Very normal. I like that discourse. Troy in Washington writes, if John is going to the wrestling matches tonight in Omaha, I hope he can tell us some of his Civic Auditorium wrestling memories, like seeing Bobby Heenan in the neck brace. That's your story.
It was a good story. It was really funny.
Great story.
Oh.
Because they still tried to make you believe that it was real. And it was Bobby the Brain Heenan, the greatest manager of all time.
Bruce wants to know, asking for a friend is Road to Glory for children. Yes, that is also for children.
I'm not going to touch Road to Glory.
What is that?
It's just you make a player.
And you are in dorm rooms and go to class. What? I don't want to go to
You're not
class in a
actually
video
playing
game.
the game.
There's
You're just
Well, it depends. If
choosing whether you get good grades or not.
you can decide if you're a 2-star up to a 5-star, but if you're a 2-star, you might see the field once in 4 years of school.
Yeah.
They should do a burger flipping mini game for that.
Yeah. Hated it.
That is stupid.
That doesn't make any sense to me.
Some people like the grind. I'm not one of those people.
I
like a
went
different
through
kind of
4
grind.
years of college. I don't need to take any more classes. I don't
That's
want to
right.
take any more classes.
You know what I don't miss?
Especially on a video
College.
game.
Yeah. Why would I want to do pretend college?
That sounds horrible.
Yeah.
To be fair,
I got called into the chancellor's office again.
Exactly.
Yep.
0.0.
Nice. Good
Fat,
reference.
dumb, and stupid is no way to go through life, son.
nice.
Harvey Perlman comes in. He's like, guys, we're moving to the Big Ten. Exciting news. And you're like, what? Excuse me?
And Frank Solich's regime is tired and inbred. He said that
Yeah.
in my presence.
A follow-up on the word comment. Mike called in. He's 51. He says he's been saying it because it's a Beastie Boys thing. He said it forever.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Word?
Oh,
For
well,
real?
then this dates
Word.
back to the late 80s.
Book.
Oh, word? Oh, word?
That's tight.
Beastie Boys did say word.
Tight,
Did they?
tight. God, John, those jerseys are
Not great.
disgusting.
No, I'm not
You
a
don't
big
like
fan.
the Wrigleyvilles?
I'm not a big fan, no.
I'm
Not
okay
a
with
big
the
fan.
Wrigleyvilles.
Get some
I
pants.
again, if the pants were white, maybe.
Absolutely.
But
Agreed.
all dark blue, it just looks.
Slow
Dark
pitch
blue, dark
softball.
blue.
It does look slow pitch softball,
Embarrassing.
which also describes the Cubs bullpen. When they come in the game, it'll be like hitting slow pitch softball.
Mm.
Good news is, it doesn't look like the bullpen's going to be needed today, as they are losing 3-0.
Baseball. It's the fourth inning, John. What if they hit a home run on this next pitch? It'd be 3-2.
That's good math.
The Royals get the great fortune of playing the Chicago White Sox this weekend.
Oh, that's fun.
Wait, didn't you guys already exhaust
They
them the first
love-
month?
no,
Did you
there's
play them like
more White
18 out of the
Sox.
first 21 games?
There's more White Sox games to be had.
Yeah, John.
Jeez. I'm starting to think the Royals they're kind of following the lead of college football. Oh, we don't want any tough non-conference, so let's just schedule
Well, just wait.
easy.
The Royals' end of the season is a bunch of games against the NL for some reason.
Correct, because the MLB is back asswards
Yeah.
nowadays.
Oh,
The
I
last
know.
9 games
Their
are
last
against the
9
NL.
games are against National League teams, John.
So stupid.
Ridiculous.
I'm just not a
Royal
fan.
story.
That's the Royals story. The Royals story is they only need 5 more wins to have more than they had last year.
That is a great story.
5 more. They're going to get 3 of them against the White Sox. It's gonna be
Mm.
great.
Would that be a good story, or would the good story be they can't get to the 5 wins the rest of the season?
That'd be a bad story.
That'd be a pretty good story.
I
Bad.
wouldn't
I
like
think
that story.
The best story is the Rockies somehow make it to the World Series, face the Royals, win, and then
Oh.
I get a lot of money.
Oh, interesting, Nick. I'm surprised that would be the thing that you're rooting for in this scenario.
I just feel like it would be a really
Only
heartwarming story.
$50,005.
Only $50,005.
I keep forgetting about the extra 5.
Well, you get the 5 back.
Yeah, of course.
Well, Connor,
Mhm.
whatever you have planned this weekend, I hope it's productive,
Connor's
and
story.
fruitful, and And then coming back next Monday and tell us your story.
I will.
I'd love to hear from you again.
Connor's story.
Connor's weekend story.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, Mark.
Bye, Apper.
John.
Yeah.
Great to see you again.
Thank you.
Bye.
You're
Been
blessed.
a while.
Bye.
And it is a One Beer Friday.
Hell yeah, it is.
It is a Grum Day.
Hell yeah, it is.
It's 1620 The Zone.
Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh, and Nick. They'll show you what sports talk really is.
Well, it's One Beer Friday, and we're going to roll into some intense NFL previews today.
Oh, it's almost like
It's the off season.
Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
Welcome to the Grum One Beer Friday. What a gorgeous day the good Lord has made for all of us. I mean, it's not, the sun's not totally out. We got some cloud cover, but that's probably nice because
it's not 1 billion degrees.
it's keeping the temperature down.
I've enjoyed these days lately. They're
I
not
have
so warm.
Enjoyed the hell out of them.
Yeah.
Enjoyed the hell out of them.
Yeah, well.
So I'm very, very, very happy that you would choose us.
Oh, man.
You choosed us.
That's The Simpsons.
Choo-choo.
That's one of my favorite episodes. Especially when
Why?
Bart,
Because Ralph gets his heart broken?
when Bart plays in slow motion, you can see the exact moment when his heart breaks.
Oh, I've seen that meme.
Yeah.
I've only seen like 5 episodes of that show ever.
I used to love The Simpsons.
Yeah. Wasn't allowed to watch it growing up. Just never got around to it.
Yeah.
Here I am. A normal, well-adjusted 35-year-old adult. Very normal.
Well,
Very normal.
Well, Just tries to convince himself, not us, but himself that
not
he's
a
normal.
freak.
See, Grum Down, presented by the referees at John Higgins Weather Guard. Did Microsoft short you this morning?
I'll be honest. I have not really looked a whole lot into this thing. I know that flights are down and computers are broken, but I was able to do prep this morning on my computer.
They actually
I was too.
They actually
Okay.
screwed me last night.
Wow.
Mhm.
Interesting. Did you watch the movie?
I did.
Okay.
So what was
That's a funny
exactly what's the issue? Because this is a Microsoft machine. I was able to operate normally.
Our computers are working just fine here
See,
in the
and
building.
I don't know for sure. I just know that there's issues, and it was affecting Xbox last night too. Because I was waiting for midnight so I could play the new game,
Mhm.
and I was just going to play the show until midnight, and I couldn't do that. I
So-
just straight
so-
up could not get into my Xbox.
So it was something in the cloud.
I think it was just their
I mean, it's got to be
services.
something in which all the Microsoft people are interconnected. That's what. Because, like I said, my machine worked fine today.
Yeah.
Had no issues. But my wife said at work, they couldn't log on.
I think it might be something to do with it's like CloudStrike or something.
Well, that's why I asked. Yeah.
Yeah.
And it seems
Something
like it
in the
really
cloud.
screwed up some flights.
Well, I mean, Delta, I think American and United. The only company that I heard that wasn't affected was Southwest.
But don't worry, they probably
Well,
did some dumb stuff on their own to
they're-
delay
all-
themselves.
All of their servers are run off of a computer that still has a black screen with green text.
Yeah, exactly. So
Some basement
Southwest is going to
somewhere.
be fine from this, but, probably not from the other stuff.
Wow, I didn't know you were such a Southwest hater.
Don't you remember what happened to them a couple of years ago around the holidays? They royally screwed like half of America.
Right. I mean, seems like every airline carrier has had their moment.
Oh, yeah. That was a bad one. For
I had
them.
no idea that the meme Delta stands for, what was it? I can't remember what it is, but it had something to do with never leaves the airport. It was
Ha.
DELTA. I'm trying to remember what it spelled out, but Brett McMurphy, who was scheduled to be on the Grum today, by the way.
He was?
Or no, that was yesterday.
That was yesterday.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I guess he could have joined us after.
He could have joined us. Wade says you are really underselling how many companies were impacted. It was huge.
No, I know.
we're
I know it
asking.
was.
Yeah, we're
I
trying
know
to.
I know it was huge.
Yeah, we don't know exactly.
I know it was huge. It just did not affect at least me
Yeah, we were able to do our prep.
individually.
Yeah, I think it just has to do with a very specific program that a bunch of companies use.
Yeah.
There you go.
Well, perhaps Microsoft was scared of death row.
Oh,
Records?
Has something to do with the Huskers.
doesn't
Oh.
ever leave the airport. Thank you.
Doesn't
Travis.
ever. Thank you. I kind of chuckled. I was like, ha, ha, ha,
That's
that
funny.
was
It's like
fun.
Found on Road Dead, like the old, remember
Or
those memes?
The
Yep.
other things that people say that Ford stands for that I can't repeat.
Wow, Nick.
But are
I don't know.
also partially accurate. NFL preview. Aaron Schatz of FTN Fantasy joins us here in mere moments.
Let's go.
This will be, well, I mean, if you get
Let's go.
if you get all 480 some odd pages
we got him.
of the Pro Football Almanac, it's a very intense, very detailed preseason look at the National Football League. We will try to
We'll read all pages.
try to dumb it down for you.
Send me
Yeah.
the Dolphins pages.
Just the Dolphins pages.
No, we'll just the AFC pages. Remember, he only
Yes.
predicts the AFC.
That's true.
Green Bay's finance report, billions and billions. Kent's movie club today is Hitman.
Nice.
That is not the life story of Bret the Hitman Hart.
Nice. Good
It's
references.
also not based off the video game.
It's also not based off the video game
Why is Matt Rule retweeting Matt Leinart?
because he's a fan of the 2005 USC Trojans.
Oh, that answers my question.
Ooh.
I was going to ask who that is.
Husker offensive collaboration.
Stop.
Follow up on the conversation
Listen.
earlier this week that we had with a friend of the program, Todd Furman.
Baller. Book.
UCLA's tremendous home field advantage.
I didn't realize we were doing fake news on the show today.
Mhm.
Interesting.
And it is a One Beer Friday and predictions brought to
Lovely.
you by
Us. Yeah.
And of course, the Grum brought to you by Union Bank and Trust.
Lovely.
And that's your Grum Down presented by the Rooferees. John Higgins Weather Guard. Ways to get in touch with the Grum today, 402-951-1620. So 42 degrees the Source Hotline by your mom's house. That's where Aaron Schatz will be appearing with us momentarily. In addition to the JTech Construction Zone Twitter feed, use the hashtag One Beer Friday, and show us what you're enjoying heading into this glorious weekend.
Nice.
Hashtag One Beer Friday, or tweet at us or comment, whatever you want to do.
Mm-hmm.
And you can also, at USC1620, by the way, is our Twitter handle, and the Equitable Bank inbox. John at 1620thezone.com or Josh at 1620thezone.com at Equitable. Take banking personal. Answer the phone on the first ring. Good news. Water balloons are still on schedule. Joe Biden is still in the race.
Get the egg water balloons.
Get the egg water balloon.
Congratulations on nothing changing over the last day.
I mean, he said it himself.
It's like the first play going well in a football game and saying, yeah, my team is good to go. They're not losing today. Who did he say it to? When was
well,
this?
his campaign chair said it, and then they put out a statement saying he's getting back on the trail next week.
Yeah, I'm sure he is.
He's getting back on the trail.
To say
and
this
his
is the new
campaign pledge is going to be water balloons for all,
Hey, that'd be nice.
but mostly for Josh.
Nice. We do like water balloons.
But do we like them in November?
No, it's chilly in November.
It's chilly.
It's very cold.
Maybe you'll catch a break and it'll be one of those real nice November
I love
days.
those November days.
Those are nice.
55 degrees and sunny.
Those are very nice.
Yeah, indeed.
All right. When we come back, Aaron Schatz,
Let's do it.
FTN Fantasy will join us. We're going to get down and dirty. The National Football League preview. The writer and the editor of the Pro Football Almanac coming up next on 1620 The Zone.
A smoke-free environment is the only way to fully protect from the dangers of secondhand smoke. That's why smoke-free policies are so important to me. Whether it's in my car, apartment building, or when I'm dining outdoors, there's no place for secondhand smoke or e-cigarette aerosol. Breathe easier knowing the facts. Visit smokefree.ne.gov. Paid for by Tobacco Free Nebraska. Aired with the Nebraska Broadcasters Association and this station.
Well, friends, the NFL season, as I forgot to mute my mic, that's on me. The NFL season is a little less than 50 days away. Of course, we are your home for the National Football League. We take you right on up to the Super Bowl, courtesy of our friends at Westwood One, and one of our good new friends of the program, whom we started having on a semi-regular basis last year, and is now finished up and has sent out to the masses and is available for you right now, his Pro Football Almanac from FTN Fantasy. Aaron Schatz joins us on the 42 Degrees of the Source hotline. Aaron, thanks for coming on.
Hey, thanks for having me, guys. Yeah, it's been a lot of work, but I'm ready for the season to start now that the book is done.
All 453 pages, which, by the way, you can get right now, ftnfantasy.com. I sent out a link earlier. We'll make sure to do that again on our Twitter feed as the interview wraps up. But, Aaron, you're always looking, as you have done, you've looked at different numbers throughout the years. You've tweaked formulas. You've determined which data points should weigh a little more, weigh a little less. I'm curious if there were any adjustments that needed to be made heading into this season.
Yeah, I redid the projection systems a little bit. One thing it accounts for now is the success of offenses that have a Kyle Shanahan or Sean McVay coordinator. Someone from those families. Those offenses, all other things being equal, tend to play better. Miami, San Francisco being great examples. So, yeah, we put something in for that this year.
That is fascinating, Aaron. And I guess this is maybe a tangential question, but one of the things that stood out to me early on in the Almanac this year was when you wrote about a player's production one year does not necessarily equal his production the next year. So let me take that, but apply it to the coaches. It seems like these guys' productions, or if you are from that tree, it does correlate. If you're good one year, you're going to be good the next season as well.
Yeah, overall it does. I mean, there are exceptions. There are years that aren't good, right? McVay's had a bad year or two, but for the most part, the guys from that tree have better offenses than everyone else. I mean, and they've done it with not the best quarterbacks, right? With Tua Tagovailoa and Brock Purdy. And so we'll see what happens now. They've got one of those guys now in Chicago, and they have one of those guys now in New Orleans. And I can't remember the other teams that hired them, but there are a couple of new coordinators from that tree now on different teams.
Talking with Aaron Schatz, FTN Pro Football Almanac, ftnfantasy.com. If you want to order today, it is really detailed.
Yeah.
Especially for those of you, even if you're not looking at just what you want to see from the season, but for fantasy football, obviously it can be a huge advantage. And we've been talking about, the McVay-Shanahan tree. Well, let's start with San Francisco, who leads your preseason projections with just over 11 wins, 18% chance of winning the Super Bowl. I'm curious, though, because we've had the news this week that Brandon Ayuk is a little disgruntled right now. What kind of a difference might he make if things go sideways?
Yeah, they'll no longer be the leaders for wins if things go sideways with Ayuk. You do not want to lose him. He's very valuable to them. I think they still might be the leaders for the Super Bowl because the NFC is easier to get out of than the AFC. 8 of our top 12 teams in projection are AFC teams, which means even if every one of those teams hits the projection, one of them has to miss the playoffs.
Incredible. Aaron, let's talk about the team that they played last year in the Super Bowl, and that was the Chiefs. And as John mentioned, we had you on semi-regularly last year in the lead up to that. And the Chiefs were such a kind of a confounding team because a lot of the data in the regular season said this is not the same iteration that we have seen before. Chiefs fans were saying just wait until January, all will be well. Chiefs fans ended up being correct on that. You have them right now, 3rd overall, winning about 11 games. I'm wondering how can we balance the regular season lack of success, for lack of a better word, versus the postseason success, and how wildly it seemed to swing last year versus the other ways or reasons that they got to the Super Bowl in the Patrick Mahomes era?
It didn't swing as wildly as you think. Their playoff wins were close wins. They were not blowing teams out in the playoffs. So the swing was not quite that big. But yeah, they do seem to play better in the playoffs than everyone else. And there's a reason to believe they will sleepwalk through this season too. Their division is very easy. We are not expecting a lot from the other teams in that division. So the Chiefs can kind of sleepwalk through the season and wake up in January, and we're going to be doing the same thing. We're going to be talking about not knowing what Chiefs team is, who are the Chiefs, where are the Chiefs, etc. So, I don't know what to tell you. They'll keep doing it until there'll be a year where they don't. Because remember, the Patriots were thought of as the same thing, and then 2005 happened and they lost to Denver, and 2006 happened and they lost to Indianapolis, and 2007 they lost in the Super Bowl. So you have the magic beans until the year you suddenly don't have any magic beans.
Aaron Schatz, FTN Fantasy, joining us. His Pro Football Almanac is out right now. It's available for download. All you have to do is go to ftnfantasy.com to find out more. Staying in the AFC, Houston is third in overall DVOA. They are fourth in your projected wins and in the best percentage chance of winning the Super Bowl. Obviously, the biggest roadblock is Kansas City, plus the rest of the AFC. But I'm curious, as you looked into the Texans, what maybe their biggest internal roadblock might be to achieving some of those goals.
Oh, that's an interesting question. I think, there are questions about certain parts of the defense. They brought in some good edge rushers to replace the guys they lost, but those guys are a little older. Daniil Hunter is 30. Danico Autry is 34. The other is the cornerback opposite Derek Stingley, right? Stingley's good, but who plays opposite him? It looks like it'll be Jeff Okudah, who played fairly well last year for Atlanta, but had been overdrafted by Detroit and didn't do much in his first couple of years. So there are definitely some issues on the defense, question marks, but this is a team with a quarterback who played so well as a rookie and really good receivers.
Aaron, I want to ask like kind of a big picture question, but maybe apply it to the Lions as well, because you wrote about Pythagorean expectation. That's something that we talked about. Longtime listeners of our show are going to remember that in college football with Nebraska about a decade ago. And you write Pythagorean wins are useful predictor of year-to-year improvement. The Lions, though, they overperformed some of those numbers last season. They're going to be a very sexy pick to win the NFC this year, certainly the NFC North. How much does that correlate on a year-to-year basis? And maybe what are some other candidates that maybe fit the mold along with the Lions?
Yeah, it correlates fairly well. Looking at just points scored and points allowed is a good way to analyze teams. But that being said, even if you look at just that, Pythagorean wins, Detroit was fourth, slightly behind New Orleans, and New Orleans had such an easy schedule that Detroit was really third. So it's not like they were so lucky, like they were really the seventh or eighth best team in the league and they managed to go 12-5. Like they were a pretty good team, and it looks like they'll be a pretty good team this year. Looking at teams that were particularly stood out as far as Pythagorean wins. Hold on. I actually write about that in the statistical toolbox in the front of the book every year. So I'm looking for where I wrote about it.
There's 453 pages.
There's only 450 pages in this book. Philadelphia, teams that had really bad Pythagorean luck in last year, the Chargers, but also San Francisco, Buffalo, and Dallas.
Oh.
And teams that were lucky by Pythagorean, Philadelphia, Pittsburgh, and Cleveland.
Interesting.
Talking with Aaron Schatz of FTN Fantasy here on the 42 Degrees The Source hotline. The NFC North actually acquitted itself quite well last year with the Lions run that they made. The Packers, obviously, they played very well in Dallas, and they almost knocked out the 49ers in the divisional round. And one of the interesting little tidbits in Aaron's almanac is Jordan Love, his season kind of turned around after the midway point when they started incorporating more motion, more pre-snap motion into their offense. And it just kind of unlocked some things for Jordan Love. I'm curious how the Packers maybe can build off the momentum of last year, knowing that there's Detroit, who's also trying to build off momentum right ahead of them.
Yeah, we have the Packers projected as the number 3 offense in our projections, so we do believe they'll build on things. The problem is that their defense is not very good, and their special teams always seem to be a problem. Special teams are obviously a little bit of an unknown this year because of the new kickoff rules, but I think the offense is going to be very good. What's interesting about Green Bay is they have all these young receivers that don't jump out at you. None of them are like the guy. like, boy, that is one of the good young receivers there, that one guy. Instead, there's just a lot of them that are pretty good and promising. Jaden Reed and Dontavian Hicks and Romeo Dobbs and Christian Watson and the 2 tight ends, and it just keeps going and going. There's just so many guys.
Aaron, there's been a lot of talk this offseason, moving back to the AFC about Buffalo and some of the changes that have happened with their defense, some of the players that they have lost. Diggs obviously no longer on the roster as well at the wide receiver position. What is your view on this Buffalo team as they continue to try to get over that hump? They haven't been to the AFC Championship game since the 2020 season, and obviously they haven't made a Super Bowl in the Josh Allen era.
I think they're pretty good. I think they play the hardest projected schedule in the league, and that is a bit of a problem. That's going to make it tough to win the division, which means it's tough to get the home games in the playoffs, which means it's tough to make it all the way to the Super Bowl. But I think they need to be considered one of the Super Bowl contenders. Yes, they've lost a little bit, but they're still one of the top teams in the league with one of the top quarterbacks. That schedule is going to be tough, though.
One of the things that is always interesting when we follow Aaron, whether it's his usual blogging on FTN Fantasy or this guide itself, is yes, sometimes analytics kind of goes against the grain of what we have conventionally come to believe, not only from a numerical standpoint, but also from a trend standpoint. And I use that to preface the question I have about the Rams, because last year, second half of the season, they surged on offense, one of their best turnarounds from the front half of the season in the DVOA era, which goes back to the early 80s. But the numbers don't always correlate to, because the old axiom is, well, you end with momentum at one season and it'll start out well the next season. But in jumps like the Rams took last year, that doesn't always bear true for the following year, does it?
No, it doesn't. And I know it's counterintuitive, but teams that play better in the second half of the year don't necessarily roll that over to the following year. And the best way to analyze how well a team is going to play next year is to look at the whole season, not just the second half of the season.
Aaron, we spent so much time in the playoffs, speaking of the Rams, talking about special teams and how, because they were one of the worst teams ever. But in the end,
one of the worst special teams units we'd ever measured.
Yeah, you said.
And by the way, you didn't need analytics to tell me that. I saw it firsthand.
I test as well. But you said, look, it's not going to end up being like that big of a deal. They'll win or lose based on other things. So I use that as a long windup to ask you, what in the world do you think the kickoff rules are going to do? We talked about it earlier this week. We did a long breakdown. You wrote about it. The 2024 changes to kickoff rules will throw another wrench into our special teams methodology. Is this just something that, we're going to need years of data before we kind of figure out what this move means, or do you think that we're going to be able to figure it out a little quicker?
Well, we'll certainly need weeks of data, which we don't have right now. So I think that it will definitely increase the range of outcomes for special teams, right? The difference between good special teams and bad special teams will become wider, but I can't tell you which teams are going to be good or bad at this because I don't know what strategies teams are going to take. And I don't know how well the coverage is going to go, and I don't know which returners are going to do well, and it's really a big black box of questions.
Wrapping things up with Aaron Schatz, FTN Fantasy. Again, the Pro Football Almanac is out right now. Go to ftnfantasy.com and order yours today. It's a quick download and 453 pages. You're going to be impressed by what you see. And one of the things towards the end is looking at the rookies that are coming in. And, of course, this was such a landmark year for drafting quarterbacks and historic year for drafting quarterbacks. How do you think this year's class compares to other recent classes in terms of boom or bust potential?
That's an interesting question, is comparing it to recent class. I think this is a pretty good class. We're not particularly high on Penix, even though he was the fourth quarterback taken. But Nix comes out all right in our projection system, and McCarthy comes out all right, and May is young, and that gives him a little bit of an edge, and Daniels was really good last year, and Caleb Williams is a great prospect. I think we could definitely get 2 or 3 really good quarterbacks out of this class. We just, it's most likely, Williams is the one who's most likely to be that guy, but we don't know yet if he is that guy.
Aaron, last one for me. Is there a team that you are bullish on that maybe is going against the grain a little bit as we get into mid to late July?
Yep, New Orleans.
And what is it about that they like?
is the most boring team in the NFL.
Which is so different from what they used to be. Right?
And so people think they're bad because they're boring. But they're not bad. They're average. But they have a very easy schedule, and they hired Clint Kubiak as their offensive coordinator, which is good reason to believe that they're going to be average again, but with a really easy schedule. That team could win 10 games. I think they're the best team in their division, and then lose in the first round of the playoffs. But if you're betting like an in-season over-under or something, it doesn't matter what they do in the playoffs.
Mm-hmm.
Friends, I can't recommend it enough. I know I've touted the 453 pages, and it does sound like a lot, and there is a lot of information in there. But if you're getting ready to draft fantasy teams, this is the time to get a hold of the FTN Fantasy Football Almanac, because you're going to find out a lot of stuff. Plus, you're going to get a really good insight on what these teams are expected to do this year.
Yeah.
FTNFantasy.com. Of course, the Chief Analytics Officer and the man behind DVOA and the man behind the Almanac, Aaron Schatz. Aaron, we always appreciate it. Thanks for giving us a sneak peek, and good luck this season trying to figure out those kickoff numbers.
Thank you. I'll talk to you during the season, and by the time I talk to you next, we may have an idea of what the new kickoff means.
Amen.
Awesome.
Thanks, Aaron.
Thank you, Aaron.
Aaron Schatz of FTN Fantasy. Again, FTNFantasy.com. And I only had a chance, Josh, to skim.
Oh, dude, again, like you said, 450 pages. We got the book a couple of days ago. So much stuff is in there, though. Really, I mean, just really fascinating things. And, you know, I'll be honest, I did ask that question about the Pythagorean wins because I was a little surprised to see Dallas in the positive. They were unlucky last year. That's what I would say about their playoff loss.
Unlucky.
Unlucky. Their loss to the Dolphins. Unlucky. That wasn't about skill by Miami, Nick. It was unlucky by the Cowboys.
Seems skillish.
A fumble at the goal line. Unlucky by Hunter Lipke. That was a bummer of a play.
If there was skill, then there wouldn't have been a fumble.
Interesting.
People forget they got a huge break against the Lions. That seemed pretty
No,
lucky.
there was no break there.
Pretty lucky.
That was some good refereeing.
Yeah.
Lucky is the Titans.
But there are
them.
so many different. Like I'm in the back half right now.
Yeah.
And just to give you an example, he's got top 10 lists on most penalized players, offense and defense. Passes tipped at the line of scrimmage. Quarterbacks most apt to get their passes tipped. Defenders most likely to tip passes at the line of scrimmage. Plus, and I asked that question about the rookies there at the end because they project out what they believe they're going to see out of especially the rookie skill position players.
Yeah.
And he mentioned a moment ago, I'm going to try to find it because again, it's a pretty deep Penix, Michael Penix. Yeah, here it is.
Penix.
So they've got the rookie projections of the first round draft picks at quarterback. Caleb Williams has a 21% chance of becoming elite.
Okay.
Which leads the class. Jaden Daniels is at 14%. As far as bust candidates, he mentioned the projections don't like Penix. Penix only has a 4% elite grade, a 68% bust grade. Bo Nix, Bronco fan, 7% elite grade, 54% bust grade. While as Caleb Williams, going back to the Bears, only a 29% bust grade. So they really like that.
Yeah.
pick.
Plus, you know, you look at some of the players that he's going to have around him, including Romo Dunze, and they both get signed this week. Yeah. It's like you said, it's so large. There's so much information. I can't wait to just continue to take it in as much as I can over the course of the next few weeks before the season gets closer. The kickoff rules, not to go back to those again, because we talked about them a lot the other day, but it is wild how there is this new thing and we all are wondering, like, how the hell is this going to affect the sport? And so it's going to be fun to see how that kind of confounds us early on and, you know, what that means. You asked about the Rams. You know, I've taken in a lot of preview or offseason content, and it's pretty fun to hear the various opinions on that team because some people really like the Rams and they're like, I like them as my favorite or one of my favorites in the NFC. And then others are like, yeah, I don't know. We will see about them. But what he said at the beginning of the conversation about those two coaches, or rather players from or coaches from those coaching staffs, and how now like they have to build that into the numbers. I mean, it just says a whole lot about McVay and about Shanahan that they're that good. I mean, it really goes back to kind of that meme about, hey, yeah, I had lunch with him and now I got a head coaching role. Exactly. Or I had lunch with him and now I'm an OC.
And I cannot recommend this enough for fantasy football players because they will break down every running back, every quarterback, those draftable positions.
Yeah.
So, if you need a guide to help you draft a better fantasy team, then go to ftnfantasy.com and order the Pro Football Almanac from Aaron Schatz. It's really good stuff, and we look forward to talking to Aaron throughout the course of the season about the National Football League. Still to come, we got Kent's Movie Club, but coming up next, Death Row. Death Row.
Oh, no.
Are we talking about the death penalty and its legality?
Are we going to do a top 5 favorite death penalties?
Oh, or maybe top 5 wrongful death penalties?
Find out next.
Wow, this could go anywhere.
On 1620 The Zone. Internet was a little flaky.
Look
so
at that. We're all good.
Are we
We're
good?
all good.
Are we good?
Very normal.
Hello.
Welcome back. Don't forget, you can always subscribe today
Oh,
and join our email club.
what's going on with that?
What's
Tell me
going on
more.
with that? Find out. Subscribe today, 1620thezone.com. Just go to the website.
Hell of a tease.
Enter your email. Coming up later this year is going to be some exciting things. You know, last year we gave away a trip to Vegas through that.
What are
bad
we going to
boy.
give away this time?
I don't know. Well, I have an idea,
Oh,
but I can't say.
you get to spend the night at John's house. What a prize. You get a
Oh,
prize.
On the grill deck?
Nope.
You get to spend the night at his house.
No,
We
I
just
would
sleep
not.
outside.
I would not do that to people.
Yeah, who are you? Kevin?
Yeah, I'm not going to.
You get to share a beer with John and have a catch.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
Catch and a beer.
Wow. And then you can pet his dog. Clean his grill for him.
Pet
No.
John's dog. That's a fun contest.
What a great prize.
Grill could use another cleaning, yeah.
Yeah. All right. That's a great
Gonna
prize.
have to go back there and
Who wouldn't want to
check
pet
it out.
Wrigley?
Yeah.
Does
All right.
Wrigley
Tell
like pets?
us about this death penalty that you keep talking about.
No, death row.
Tell us about death row. Last
remember,
meal, what would it be?
Remember a couple of weeks ago?
Popeyes.
Actually, you know what?
Oh,
That
here we
would
go.
be
Walked right into
that
this
would
one.
be the smartest last meal ever, because by the time you actually got it delivered, you would die of old age.
Oh.
So they wouldn't be able to go through with the death penalty.
I'd be President
Boom!
B.
Got him!
What if they let you have Popeyes, but it's a monkey paw situation, so they just give you 3 biscuits?
I mean, their biscuits are really good, but I'd be
No
bummed.
water.
I want.
The
Jeez.
biscuits are.
Oh, would you stop it, John?
Come on, those are. They're okay
They're really tasty.
for fast food. They're okay, but
For fast food, they're awesome.
No, they're not.
Yes, they are.
McDonald's has better biscuits.
No, would you stop it? All right, what's going on with death row these days?
Well, if you've forgotten, a couple of weeks ago, Husker fan was in a panic
Avatar?
because of
Yeah.
Terrence Knighton and, oh my God, there's no Husker in his Avatar. What are we gonna
People
do?
were really upset
He's
that
gonna run
week.
away. Ah.
They were having a bad time.
I
Well,
must have been gone that week.
If you've
Must
noticed,
have been gone that week.
It was the Monday that you were gone.
Yes,
Nick.
it
was
was.
last Monday.
Thank God I missed that.
Yeah,
if you noticed,
I have not. What happened?
well, on his bio on X, he's known as the CEO of Death Row.
I did see that.
No, this isn't some record company.
There-
or
that was a-
band.
is that still-
Death Row Records, right?
Is it still a record company or is it gone now?
I would think it's still
It
around.
still
isn't
is an American record label that was founded in 1991. Dr. Dre.
But
Suge
this
Knight.
Death Row is the nickname. You know, we don't have the cool nicknames anymore for defenses or defensive units.
Purple People
like
Eaters.
the Purple People
Steel
Eaters, like the
Wall.
Fearsome Foursome.
Steel Wall, yeah.
You know, like the Dumsday defense in Dallas.
Dumsday.
Oh, I thought, isn't that what it was?
John. Classic John nicknames.
They all look like Slappy.
Slappy the Cowboy mascot. But that's what they're calling the defensive line, Death Row. According to Knighton, who was on the Sports Nightly show last night, said it's a name we picked up. It's a name the guys enjoy. We have a secret handshake.
Oh, secret handshake meme.
They take pride in it.
In the handshake or in the name?
Well, in all of it. They take pride in just their unit, what they've accomplished together.
Huh.
And, of course, one of the things to watch for this year, I guess we never did check with Jack. I wonder what the video game bio is of old Nash Hutmacher, a.k.a. Polar Bear, because, you know, he lost some poundage. He was 335 last year, and now he's lost 20 to 25 pounds. And
fewer pounds than Aaron Schatz's book has pages.
That's true. He sounds like they're going to line him up a little differently this year.
Yeah?
Allow him to move around on the defensive line, be a little more dynamic. He won't be, according to Knighton, just a stationary guy at nose tackle. Quote, it's going to add to his versatility when he's playing on Sundays and building his profile as an athlete. He's building his profile as a future professional. I'm excited with all the progress he has made.
Alex and Lincoln texts in, when I think of Death Row Records, I think of Nash the Polar Bear.
Well, he's hoping, to wreak havoc on quarterbacks.
Be very nice. It'd be very, very nice for Nebraska's defense if the defensive line was able to kill people. I mean, they might get suspended, but it'd be a tough defense. It would, Nick.
What an unhinged thing to say.
It's football, Nick. You're allowed to say unhinged things in football.
This isn't Blood Bowl.
It could be.
I mean, it is the middle of the political season. There's a lot of unhinged going on right now.
Yeah, exactly, Nick.
Much unhinged.
Many unhinged. But no, in all seriousness, it'd be like if that group is able to take that next step, you know, like remember Cam Lenhart just kind of came out of nowhere. Oh, really? All the young guys came out of nowhere last year. Prince came out of nowhere. Cam came out of nowhere. If they are able to take the proverbial next step, because and we've talked about it before, you look at the sacks, and obviously sacks are not just the defensive line. There are other players involved. But last year, Nebraska, in terms of overall sacks on the season, they ranked 39th. And remember, they only played 12 games. A lot of the teams in front of them played 13. Some played 14. Only a handful of them only played 12. So they had 32 sacks on the season. But if you look at the game log, it does not really tell the story. 8 sacks against Northwestern, 8 sacks against Colorado. So half of the sacks came in 2 games. And then you look at 3 others that had 3 sacks each: Minnesota, Northern Illinois, and Michigan State. So right there, John, we're talking about 8 plus 8 plus 3 plus 3 plus 3. That is 25 sacks out of 32 that were in 5 games. Spread that wealth a little bit more. They're not going to average 5 sacks a game, but if you get 3 per game, if you get 4 and then a few of them, like if because they had 2 with 0 sacks, 3 others with only 1 sack. So like their floor was very low. Their ceiling was very high. Can you get that floor a little bit up though? Don't get the
Well, don't you remember
higher.
the very first game with your favorite defensive coordinator, Eric Chenander? How many sacks they had against Colorado? Wasn't it like 6?
They had a lot.
It was either 5 or 6 sacks in the first game. And I remember sitting up in the press box with Michael and a lot of the other folks kind of looking at each other going, they may have fixed the pass rush issue.
And they didn't.
And then after that, it was nothing approaching that kind of level of performance the rest of the season. So I think I agree with you 100%. You want to be able to have that kind of a pass rush that people fear. And how many times have we talked about it? If this team is going to do better at turnover margin, it's not just about preventing turnovers. It's also about getting back some turnovers. And this defense hasn't been as good at doing that in recent years. And the one surefire way you can help increase your turnovers is by increasing the pressure on the quarterback, because that's where a lot of turnovers come from, whether it's in forced sack fumbles or, rushed throws, bad decisions, things of that nature. And so, if they can be more consistent in generating the pressure from game to game, I think you're going to see the turnover numbers start to turn around and Nebraska start to get back those that they have given away.
100%. We're going to talk this year about how Nebraska will probably turn the ball over less because their quarterback won't be running so much. That is, and Sam McCune has been on this for years. You run the ball with your quarterback, you're gonna fumble the ball. But along those lines, on the defense, if you can hit the quarterback, that is going to lead to more fumbles. Like maybe you get unlucky and the quarterbacks are just incredible at holding on to the football. But for the most part, if you are able to get after the quarterback, you will cause turnovers, whether it is because the quarterbacks just fumble it in general, they're a little skittish, they make the wrong decision, they throw too early, they throw too late, whatever it is, it can result in more fumbles and certainly more interceptions as well.
But Pot Roast seemed pretty upbeat about not only the quality of his O-line starters, but the depth that he's got along that unit. A lot of guys got mentioned. Obviously, Princewell, Maverick Noonan, Vincent Carroll Jackson, just about everyone, got a little bit of love last night in that conversation. And that's the happy talk that we usually get this time of year. But honestly, I mean, this is, especially with, some of the questions in the secondary prior to the coaching change.
Yeah, they're already there.
You're still looking at, needing another cornerback, wanting to, nail down some things at the safety positions. But this is going to be the strength of the unit. And obviously, the better off they are there, it's going to take some pressure off those guys in the back end as they try to develop. And they're not going to have much time. As much as we can sit back and, make fun of Shedeur and company, that is still a dangerous passing offense.
Yeah.
That you're only going to have one game of prep, and it's going to be against a
bad UTEP team.
A bad UTEP team.
Yeah.
So
the athletes will be better. The quarter and
there'll be a trial by fire to a degree against Colorado. And so once again, that D line come into play, putting pressure on Shador and, trying to do what they did last year.
Yeah.
And they did.
But it causing turnovers.
Yes.
That's the thing. Like here, so that game, there's going to be a lot of fascinating things going on, and we'll actually preview the game a little bit next week, and then of course we'll do it the week of the game. But okay, last year they got to Shador a lot, but it didn't really result in turnovers. Maybe one interception late, if I remember right. But for the most part, he did a good job of protecting the ball. That said, he does hold on to the ball way too long. And like you listen to some of the breakdowns from the NFL scouts or the people who cover the NFL draft, and that is a criticism of him, is that he holds on to the football way too long. I think that Nebraska will be going up against a worse coordinator than they did in the first game last year, which is going to be another positive for them. Can the Colorado offense get better? Can it get more creative? So like there are going to be things that work in Nebraska's favor, but that was one of the games last season when they were able to get 25% of their sacks came in one football game.
One game.
And yet they lost by a lot of points. Now, it's not because of the defensive line, and it's really not even because of the defense. Yeah, in my opinion, the offense let him down, and then the defense, it just turned into an avalanche. But he is the best quarterback that they will see on the schedule this year. Yep. And I say that very comfortably. Will Howard is nice, but I don't think he's a better quarterback than Shador Sanders is. And, unless someone's going to emerge on Iowa or Wisconsin that I'm just not seeing at this moment in time. I guess USC, let's see what happens with their young guy. But Shador is going to be the best quarterback that they see this year.
Concerns as SEC Media Days wrapped up yesterday and as Big Ten Media Days begin next week about the fate of the conference championship game.
Oh.
Not that it's going away.
Oh.
But could it be a detriment to these leagues?
Oh.
That and Kent's Movie Club featuring Hitman still to come in this half hour. It's Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone.
Nick Grimm for Circus Sports Iowa. Baseball is back and football is approaching, and Circus Sports Iowa is your hub for both anywhere in the state of Iowa. There are many games happening for you to partake in tonight. Tight money line splits like the Dodgers minus 120 against the Red Sox. Fun props like how many strikeouts will Garrett Cole have tonight for the Yankees. And in-game lines for every game tonight that update every break so you can feel like you're just surrounded by all of the action. Circus Sports Iowa has you covered. And yes, I did mention football. I know a lot of us, including myself, are college football pilled right now with the release of the game. They have lines right now for week 1 of the season. Circus Sports Iowa has the points total for Nebraska and UTEP at 49.5. Also, of course, the contest they have up right now for the pros. Circa Million 6 and Circus Survivor. $16 million in guaranteed prizes for those. No rake, 2 ways to win. Details at circusports.com. Go ahead and use the sports book that lets you bet like a pro anywhere in the state of Iowa, Circus Sports Iowa. If you or someone you know may have a problem with gambling, call 1-800-238-7633.
Welcome back to the Grum. It's a One Beer Friday. Use the hashtag One Beer Friday. Send us a pic. What are you enjoying heading into this weekend?
Yeah.
Would
Share
love
what
to see it.
share what you're drinking with us, and then we're gonna have a beer later, and it's like we're all drinking together.
Oh wow, friendship.
That's the bit.
That is the bit.
I love
Hashtag
bits.
One Beer Friday.
Nice.
On our JTech Construction Zone Twitter feed. So we're moving into a new era of the 12-team playoff, but there is still lingering concern. And I know, stop me if you've heard this, college football making changes, not really thinking about, how those changes might affect certain things.
Oh, would you stop it?
They're so forward thinking.
Why worry long term when short term good?
Right. And one of those things is the conference championship game. Because the concern is right now, especially in leagues like the SEC and the Big 12, though it does
10.
apply everywhere, Big 12, 10, whatever, who gives a
Quarter.
I hate these leagues. I think they're dumb. But the loser of that game coming out worse off for having played in that game, because the possibility exists that you could have, because of unwieldy tiebreakers, you could have a second place team get into the conference championship game, lose that game, and because it was so close between the second and the third place team, the third place team may end up coming out ahead for A, not having to play an extra game, and B, possibly getting a better seed in the playoffs altogether.
Mm-hmm.
And that has been brought up several times by coaches across college football and got brought up again this week at SEC Media Day.
I was going to say, when the announcement first came out a couple of years ago that they were moving to 12 and that this is how it was going to look, we all started wondering aloud, like, oh, wow, does it actually benefit you if you are the third best team in your league because you avoid an extra game,
Mm-hmm.
thus you avoid somebody has to lose the conference championship game. So you guarantee that you're not going to lose an extra game. So in theory, you probably won't move a whole lot of spots, barring, I guess, something wild happening and a team hopping you. So you don't have that to worry about. Don't have to worry about an injury that would happen in the game because it's one fewer. Now, are there drawbacks? Sure. You're not playing for a bye because the winner of the SEC is, going to have a bye week.
Sure.
They are going to get a week off. But in the end, is there a positive? And there was a quote from Rich Clark. This was to The Athletic. Seth Emerson wrote the story. Where Rich Clark, who is the executive director of the committee, he said this week, we've got to play the season out and see how it lands. And if adjustments have to be made, the management committee is open to that. But I put my faith into the phenomenon that they're going to have to deal with, and that's a judgment they're going to have to make. That's in response to losing in the game and potentially being penalized. He added, it's a loss, but look at who you lost to. Strength of schedule still matters. Who you play still matters. And the committee, they're smart enough for us to trust them to look at that in the right light. That part I bolded because I was like, okay,
Are they?
Are they smart enough? Emerson did a great job of going through in the CFP era, finding teams that entered the conference championship game, lost, but really didn't fall that far. 2018 and 19 Georgia, they fell from 4 to 5 after losing both of those games. 2020 Florida, they stayed actually at number 7. 21 Georgia, they were undefeated. Number 1, they lost to Bama. They fell down to 3rd. 2019 Wisconsin, they actually stayed at 8. Oregon only fell 3 spots when they lost last year to Washington. But here were some notable examples of championship losers falling in a way, not so much out of the playoff for all of these, but falling out of maybe hosting. USC went from 4 to 10. Oregon in 21 went from 10 to 14. Oklahoma State 3 years ago fell from 5 to 9. That's going from you win, you get a bye week, you don't have to play, to, at least we'll host a playoff game. No, they dropped all the way to 9, so they would have had to go on the road. 2020 Iowa State, they fell from 6 home to 10 going on the road. And 2019 Utah fell from number 5 to 11.
Now, you just quoted all of those facts.
Yeah.
notice that in all of the examples that you cited.
Oh, good point.
Where
I didn't notice this until now.
The losing team didn't suffer in the rankings, in the final committee rankings. They were all SEC or Big Ten teams.
Well,
but in the other example,
it was Big 12 and Pac-12.
It was Big 12 and Pac-12.
Except for last year's Oregon, and I know they're a Big Ten team now, but they were the one team of the others that was able to be a Pac-12 team at the time still, and they only fell from 5 to 8. But that's an excellent point. It was always Pac-12 or Big 12.
Exactly.
They got penalized a little bit more.
And so to me, we might be talking about a seed line for an SEC or Big Ten team.
But for the other ones?
But for a Big 12 or an ACC team who...
hosting versus not hosting.
Or being in versus not being in.
Yeah, for sure.
You know?
For sure.
I mean, take a look at that USC example. 2022, USC was 4. They fell to number 10.
So that was the first Lincoln Riley, Caleb Williams USC
Right.
team. And so, yeah, think about that. They win that game. They're in the playoff. They drop all the way to 10. And, they didn't play very well that night. But that's quite the drop to lose to a good Utah team. You know? This is going to be something that we all wonder about because, and I know that you'll disagree. There was a quote in there in the story that I knew that you would have disagreed with, where it was something like, it's going to be the top 2 teams in the league, or it's going to be the best 2 teams in the league. Don't get out the soapbox. But, in theory, the third place team, because of what you just said, it's not guaranteed. That actually makes it more likely that because of goofy tiebreakers, the third place team in these leagues are going to have really good records, really good resumes, and really high rankings. That the committee not punishing them, are we as a fan base, as we as a collective college football audience, are we going to hold them to that? Where it's like, hey, they qualified for the game maybe in a really weird, unique way because of a goofy tiebreaker. Why are they getting punished for having to play an extra game?
Or what if the scenario happens? Let's say that, the committee, I mean, obviously the committee's not going to, I shouldn't say obviously because it is college football and these folks have tended to do some dumb things. But I don't think they're going to codify in the rules. Hey, if you make a conference championship game, you're not going to get punished.
Correct. They're
right?
not. Yes.
They're not going to do anything like that.
But maybe they just do it to them,
But what if we get a scenario where we get a Ohio State, Wisconsin from going back to 2012 when Wisconsin just got destroyed in the conference championship game? And let's say
2014
or 2014, whatever the year that was. But let's say that it's one of those circumstances.
So they lose 59-0.
Exactly.
Yeah. What do you do with that?
Because
what if you do it in Nebraska, 70-31?
Sure.
What do you do with a loss like that?
Right. So
you got to punish them to some degree. You can't just be like, well, they were good the whole year and then they lost by 39.
Right.
Well, along those lines, Jay Scurtat asked a question. Isn't that exactly how Nebraska benefited in 2001? They didn't play for the conference championship and went to the national title. 100%.
They absolutely did.
I remember my dad and I sitting at the kitchen counter in my grandparents' kitchen on Black Friday as Nebraska was about to lose. And we kind of talked it out and we're like, I mean, there is a chance you would need this, and this to happen. And basically everything did. And they were able to sneak in. So yeah, it's benefited Nebraska and it's going to benefit somebody. Somebody will not have to play for a conference championship. And maybe there's a quarterback that's a little banged up. Maybe a wide receiver's a little hurt, a rush end, whatever it is. Maybe get a little healthy. Don't have to play the game. You get in as a 9 seed and you go on a run. It's definitely, it would not shock me if it happened this year.
Yeah. I mean, with this, with the weird tiebreakers that we're going to end up inevitably having, with the conferences being way too big for their britches, you're going to have a lot of weird possibilities. And who knows? Maybe this year it'll go very chalky or it'll be very easy. I doubt it because there's so many whacked out variables that are out there. But you're also only going to have 2 years of data points to look at and fine tune
before they want to make a change.
And by the way, they're going to, whatever they decide to do beyond this contract, they're going to make that decision before both of those playoffs are contested. So really, this first playoff might be the only data points that the commissioners actually will have to look at if there's any fine-tuning they want to do when they sign a permanent multi-team playoff contract for the next go-around.
Yeah.
So you're really not even going to have 2 seasons where you can look. I think you're just going to have this one.
One more thing before Kent. Remember the early discussion about the change that the Big Ten and the SEC wanted, where they wanted to go to 14 and they wanted
guaranteed spots.
Multiple guaranteed spots. And you figure out fairly quickly like how useless that conference championship game gets.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, wait a second. So we have 3 bids each. It is a literal benefit to not make it to the conference championship game. Whereas this one right now, it feels like it will probably be, but we still need to see some of the data to be able to figure that out moving forward.
Coming up, we're going to welcome in Kent Wolgamott of the Lincoln Journal-Star. It is time for Kent's Movie Club, and today we are reviewing Hitman. And I should mention, too, as we start the movie club.
Yeah.
We are going to take a moment and pause as a motion picture icon has fallen. So we will do that to start the movie club.
Okay.
Stay tuned for that very special tribute and the movie club coming up after this break on 1620 The Zone.
Has anyone seen Silence of the Lambs? The late, great Hannibal Lecter. He'd love to have you for dinner.
Friday, the final day of the week. These are the voyages of the program Unsportsmanlike Conduct. Its ongoing mission: to explore strange new movies, to seek out new bits and new edifications, to boldly go where no radio program has gone before. Oh, Elkent's Movie Club. It's Elkent's Movie Club. Elkent's Movie Club. It's Elkent's Movie Club.
Once again, it is that time to welcome in our good friend Kent Wolgamon of the Lincoln Journal-Star. How you doing, Kent?
I'm doing well. How are you guys?
Good.
Not bad, though. I was very distraught when I heard about Hannibal's passing last night.
The late great.
Yeah. It's strange how you can sometimes find out news from the most unlikely sources.
It really is.
I had no idea it was going to happen at a political speech, but hey, news is news.
News is news.
And I wonder if anybody's informed Anthony Hopkins.
Seriously.
By the way, Silence of the Lambs, a former movie club feature.
Used to be on the wall of random.
Also, how about that number? 196? We are getting so close to movie number 200.
Yes,
Which
we are.
is going to be John's.
Wow. Listen to the disappointment in Nick's voice. He really wanted himself to have movie number 200.
I just wanted to finally get John to understand that Fellowship is a great movie.
Well, after what I saw last night, I don't know if we should be watching that movie anymore. But that's another story for another time. By the way, I've already got a great picture picked out for number 200.
Oh, do you?
Picture.
That's what they call them.
No,
Pictures. Pictures.
we want to watch movies. You want us to stare at a painting for 2 hours?
They're called motion pictures. But this week's motion picture was on Netflix.
Yes, it was. Hitman, the newest film from Richard Linklater, stars Glenn Powell as a character named Gary Johnson, who is a professor at the University of New Orleans. He also works with the New Orleans PD. And
did you know that this was based on a true story?
Had no idea until we started it. I didn't know anything about the movie. Like, the title makes me think that it was going to be about a hitman. And instead, it is about a person who pretends to be a hitman, and he solicits confessions, and then the police department is able to arrest him. And he, the main character, Gary, this character played by Glenn Powell, he stumbles into it accidentally because the regular guy at the police department, he gets suspended. And that character was also very interesting throughout the movie, and I should have written his name down. That character was Jasper, another undercover cop.
He looked like a Jasper.
And so he's going through, there's like this great bit early when the main character is trying on all these different costumes and, being different characters as he tries to solicit the confessions from these various other characters, and then finally stumbles upon this woman, wants to kill her husband. He basically talks her out of it because he is probably interested in her.
Smitten with her.
Off to the races we go. Kent, I really enjoyed this movie. I thought that it was ridiculous in all of the best ways. I don't certainly want to give away the ending. I thought that the ending was incredibly ridiculous, and I very much enjoyed how ridiculous it was. It's very much winking at the audience. And it's one of those movies that, again, now Glenn Powell, I had first seen him in the new space airplane movie. What's the airplane movie?
Top Gun?
Top Gun. Thank you, Nick. That was the movie that I'd never seen him before that. And now it's like this guy, Twisters is coming out today. This guy's obviously on his way to being like a massive, massive star.
He's like the next Ryan Gosling in looks. Like, he's just like
very handsome man.
The next Hollywood looking kind of archetype of that guy.
Okay.
This is a movie star movie.
Yeah.
That makes him a real movie star. Okay. And by that, here's what I mean. This is a vehicle not unlike those that came in, you can go as far back as like Paul Newman and Robert Redford, but the real comparison, I think, is there in 90s movies. It's how Matthew McConaughey became a movie star. It's also a little bit Tom Cruise. It's a sort of what would you say, middle brow, as they call it, movie. It's really a romantic comedy set around this, is what it is. And it's not a franchise. There's not going to be a sequel, all of that. It's a standalone movie aimed at an adult audience or an older audience, not for teenagers, right? And it depends 100% on the main actor being somebody you want to watch, entertaining you, and he's spectacular at it. And this pumps him up to that level. And this is, if you have followed his career at all, let's put it this way, he's been around for like 20 years and just could never quite get there. And he co-wrote this movie with Linklater for himself to make him able to show himself off as, really? Yeah. So he's a co-writer, and I'm not going to get too much into the specifics so as not to give anything away, but based on is absolutely loosely, and they go out of their way. That first title is, this is somewhat based on a true story or something. Mm-hmm. Okay, here, I'm like I said, I'm not going to give everything away. So, but the guy was actually in Houston, not in New Orleans. He actually worked for the police department and taught school at night. So he wasn't this mild-mannered college professor turned hitman impersonator. It was the reverse. He was the hitman impersonator who happened to teach college at night. Okay. But they flipped all that around to make this movie, which tells you how smart he was, because Linklater said there's no movie here, and he said yes there is. Here's how we do the movie. Well, he learned that because since he was a little boy, he was in Space Kids. Was that what that series?
Spy Kids
3. And apparently when he was on the set, he did the whole time following around like the cinematographers and the and learning about movies. And apparently he knows more about how movies are made and than almost any actor. And this is his time, as you said, because he also had that terrible romantic comedy with Sydney Sweeney last year or the year before that, Anyone But You. The movie is terrible, but he was really good in it.
How common is this? Because you mentioned that this was his attempt to kind of break out, in which he also wrote the picture or helped co-write the picture in an effort to try to break out. I mean, you mentioned, this was a movie to help make someone a star. Can you think of another example where that same actor co-wrote the picture or had a major role in the picture to try to break himself out?
Not directly this way. You think about, Matt Damon and Ben Affleck writing, the Good Will Hunting. You think Stallone writing Rocky, all of those, but they weren't in that same place, right, in their career where they like struggled to get up, 20 years into a career. He's 30, mid
35. He's 35.
And so, he's been in it. He moved to LA. He quit school at UT. He's from Austin in his freshman year. So he was in LA for 15, 16 years before he made it. That's really a long time, but he got to know everybody and was able to pull this off. And Linklater has kind of made his career for him as well. He's been in several of his movies.
Yeah, he is so magnetic, and he gets to play so many different characters. Like there's that stretch in the early portion after he's the first hitman, and immediately he's having fun, and he's really goading this person into giving up the game. And then after that, he's always doing all this research, and so every time then he meets a new person who is in theory going to hire him to do the hitman job, he is leaning more and more into character work. And the funny part about this is he's like this super nerdy professor. Like when you see him teaching the class, he is a very nerdy person. Well, this character that he creates that kind of takes over the rest of the movie,
Ron, right?
Ron, thank you. I couldn't remember what it was. There's a moment where he starts dressing like the Ron character in class, and one of the students goes like, "Is he hot now? Is Mr. Johnson hot now?" And like, I just thought that was like a great commentary on this guy at the beginning looks like a complete dork wearing jorts around his horrible shirts, and then that Ron character is just very relaxed, very suave. And I thought that he did a really good job as that guy.
I did really like the really quick switch he did toward the end of the movie when he found out a truth about something, and it just dropped completely.
Yeah, that was
within
good.
2 seconds.
Yeah.
There was a part of me though that thought I was kind of confused that he didn't try to fake it a little longer before realizing, oh, I've been caught here. I just thought it happened so fast because usually when you're in a spot where you're faking something and it looks like you've been had, that you try to smooth talk your way out of it, but he immediately just went, no, really.
I actually thought that was kind of realistic considering the circumstances. That felt like it made sense to me.
Yeah,
that choice did.
Interesting.
And it also fit with the way that Linklater directed this thing. It goes. There's no slow spot. There's no dragging this out, right? It's bang.
Yeah,
bang,
within
bang,
what?
bang.
How many minutes of the movie, Ken, is he playing the first hitman character? I mean, it's off to the races within just a handful of minutes, probably.
Agreed.
And so that fit with how he made the movie. The other thing that I didn't mention that I should have, if Mr. Severe is listening, this movie is also part of a kind of a little trend that we're starting to see, which is the return of sex to American movies.
Congrats on the sex, America.
Nice.
Yes.
Good to see it back.
Because it had largely disappeared, and now you had, what's the 3 tennis player?
Oh,
Challengers.
Zendaya.
And there have been several others that it's starting to come back. I don't know why, but it's clearly a notable trend. And the other thing, one last thing, other interesting thing about Powell is he has not succumbed to you've got to do a Marvel movie.
Because he definitely has the look. You could see him being a Captain America,
put on a
or an
spandex
Avenger
suit.
type. Exactly. You could definitely see him do it. And in fact, I'll be honest with you. When I opened up his IMDb, I kind of expected that I would have found, that he was, X-Man 7 in one of the movies or something like that. But he had
X-Man 7.
Well,
My favorite hero.
not like one of the mainline guys, but like one of the, because all the superhero movies now are it's like a battle royal where it's like 18,000 superheroes in one movie. I thought maybe he would have played one, but he hasn't.
No.
So credit to that.
He did technically suit up in Spy Kids 3.
He did suit up in Spy Kids 3.
Very
His
memorable.
character name in that is the long-figured boy, by the way.
Never saw that movie.
I loved that movie. I watched all of those movies.
That tracks. What did you think
Great
of the movie, John?
It was good. It was really good. I was going to ask about what we thought of, speaking of sex, what did we think of the female lead? Is it Adria Aronia?
Yeah.
Aronia? The female lead.
I thought that she played off him very, very well.
Absolutely.
She shows up and I mean, obviously a hot woman shows up in a movie. You're like, oh, I bet she is going to play a part in this movie now moving forward.
Yes.
And I thought that she answered the bell for the entire plot moving forward. Trying to figure out what's going on with this guy. The relationship that she had with her, not really ex, because they were still technically together, and all of the problems that arose from that. But yeah, I thought that I just thought that she was very, very good, whether it was playing off of him or just some of her individual moments as well.
The interesting part that I found about that actress is I kept thinking that I've seen her in so many things before because she just has that kind of acting style, I guess. There's something about, and I looked into it. The only movie I've ever seen that she was in is Six Underground, the Ryan Reynolds movie.
Mm-hmm.
But she just has such a...
I haven't seen any of her movies.
She just has such a vibe about her. Like, she's, I mean, obviously a professional, but like she comes off as bigger than she is. And I hope that this springboards her.
Oh, wait, never mind. She was in Andor. Oh, I forgot about that.
I hope that this springboards her into bigger things because she definitely has that kind of feel about her.
Yeah.
Yes. And she's plenty easy on the eyes.
Yep.
The other
it's
thing,
okay to acknowledge these things, Nick.
Yes, it is. I mean, she's in the movie in part for that reason. And the other thing that struck me, and this is just old movie critic thing, she wasn't 21. She's in her 30s. He's in his 30s. Feels way more realistic than most of the time when you see this kind of movie and the guy's 40 and the woman's 20, right?
Right.
That happens a lot in movies too, where guys write and cast themselves as the lead too, doesn't it?
Exactly. Yeah.
And by the way, and I mentioned this character earlier, Jasper, Austin Emilio. I thought that guy played that character very, very well. Sleazy, scumbag cop.
You weren't quite sure what his motives were.
Yeah, gets suspended. And he has a moment later in the movie that is very, very good, because he knows that something is wrong.
Yes.
The whole time.
Well, he knows something is wrong, but he's also trying to get his job back.
That's also true. Yeah, because he's lost his job.
Because Gary takes his job because he got suspended.
Yeah.
And you have to have him, right?
Definitely.
If you don't have him, you don't have a lot of the, what do you want to call it? Dramatic tension in a way.
Mm-hmm.
Correct.
And so he has to be good, but you have to have that character, right? For multiple reasons. And then, what happens at the end, there's a lot of, you have to suspend your disbelief.
Of course you do.
I like how they handled that loose end, or whatever you want to call it, by the way. How quickly that
Me too.
problem was solved.
And again, that's why the movie kind of gets into like, okay, this is really what's happening? But I enjoyed that because I thought that it fit. I mean, it's about a guy who pretends to be a hitman and is able to invade all these characters, and it's like, it's a ridiculous premise, but it's really, really fun.
And it's a movie star movie because you're watching it to watch him do that.
Yes,
right. And you don't care so much about the ridiculous premise. And that's why it's kind of an important picture in that way.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, this film, which by the way is on Netflix, Hitman is our movie this week in the movie club. Netflix, the acquisition rights were $20 million. It was the largest. This debuted last September at the Venice Film Festival. It was the largest film deal in that year's festival. It didn't do much at the box office, but it really made all its money back and then some by the streaming rights sold to Netflix.
And they only played it 2 weeks in select theaters as well.
Right.
For reasons that some in the movie industry are baffled about, because it's obviously gotten enough attention on Netflix that maybe if they'd actually done a real campaign for it, it might have done something theatrically.
Mm-hmm.
We've talked about this a lot, Kent, with how movies are released today. And we all know that, obviously it's the blockbusters that go to the theaters, and then all of these other films kind of do it this way. Could you foresee something here in the next couple of years where a film like this, or something that doesn't right now fit this definitely has to be in the theaters first for X number of weeks? Could you see a scenario where someone's going to give it a shot and say, hey, let's try to do this the old school way and see if we can generate some more attention at the theaters? Or is that ship sailed and people have now changed their viewing habits so much that films like this are just going to be stream not only, but stream almost only?
the answer to that question is, I think if you have a couple more of these sort of hitman examples where you create a massive hit on streaming that you didn't give enough time to play in the and they can see they've got that kind of a movie, I could see Netflix and Apple in particular taking that shot.
Yeah. Just seems like people don't want to go to the theater anymore. Is really what it comes down to.
And that's really what I'm looking for.
You go to a movie, you have to put your phone away. People don't like to do that.
Which is kind of nice if you do want to go to a movie now because nobody's in
nobody's on their phones.
It was great.
But if you continue to just lose the audience,
which is not great.
Yeah, then why will theaters remain open?
Right. I just because
which is sad.
It is, because one of the things about going to the movies is you're getting out of the house.
Yeah, and you get a
even
different
though
experience.
You're going back inside somewhere else.
You get a different experience.
But you are getting out of the house. You're getting a different experience. You got the communal experience, especially if it's a
comedy.
Oh
my gosh.
Where, because I mean, seriously.
Something About Mary for you.
I think of Something About
Dodgeball
Mary
for me.
or
Project
Anchorman or whatever, where it's like, man, this movie hit better.
Yeah, horror movies.
Because I was in a crowd of people when I saw it the first time. Same thing with Rocky IV.
Yeah.
Rocky IV. I mean, the place was going nuts. It was kids basically all my age, middle school, just going crazy the first time. He's cut. And I guarantee you that movie would not have resonated like it does with me today if the first place I saw it was on television instead of in the theater.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
100%. I do think there's evidence that people will go to theaters. Obviously, people go to the theater for the blockbuster event movie, action movie, Marvel movies, whatever Star Wars. They'll go to that. And then you have the little kid audience, as I call it. Go try to see Inside Out 2 still. It's going to be full of kids, right?
Yeah.
The Despicable Me, those. But what we're really talking about not being in the theaters are those mid-level movies that aren't sequels, that aren't franchises, that ain't right. If you can develop movie stars that can open movies like Glenn Powell, and you give them the kind of a vehicle like Hitman, that could play in the theaters, right? That could get enough audience to play in the theaters.
Yeah.
So as you were saying, somebody's got to take that shot when they know they have the combination. Somebody can open a movie, a good movie,
Yeah, because I think back, to my childhood, a movie like Karate Kid, like Ferris Bueller's, those types probably today would have been on the streaming.
Oh yeah.
They wouldn't have been in the theater. And some of my favorite memories, yeah, sure. I saw Indiana Jones and I saw Star Wars, the blockbusters of my day.
But it's even those types
But
of
it was
movies.
those. It was Footloose. It was, hell, Back to the Future might have still ended up. Maybe that's an exaggeration, but you know what I'm saying? It's just there's this event that takes place, and the movie hits better with you,
man.
When you're there, you got your phone put away, you're not distracted by what's happening in the house.
And every time I go see a movie at a theater, I'm just reminded, oh, that's right. It's really fun watching something on a huge screen.
Yes.
It really is fun to watch a big ass screen.
Sound.
I was going to say with the sound, and it's how it was originally created to be seen most of the time.
Yeah.
A few weeks ago, some friends and I went to go see Fellowship at the AMC in Council Bluffs.
Nice.
And I've never seen those movies in theaters before.
Oh.
And I found myself even more engrossed in that movie, just with the giant screen and just being in that moment surrounded by that environment.
Yeah.
So there is something to be said. I also think we're missing a lot of movies that teenagers want to sneak into. That was still a big thing for me. That was a big thing for me.
Like that we don't have movies that kids want to sneak into anymore?
Right. Like Project X. That was rated R. I was 16 when that movie came out. The only way I could see that is that my brother, who's older than me, took me to a theater back home that would not check your ID at like midnight on a weeknight, and we snuck in to watch it.
Nice.
I don't think we have those movies anymore. And I think those movies are needed.
I mean, kind of what Ken said earlier, like people are having sex more in movies again. Apparently that went away for whatever reason, and now it's back. So maybe kids will be sneaking in.
I think
there is the internet.
I think this could have been a good sneak-in movie.
In
You have
some
to
states.
upload your ID now. Hey, Ken, all of this to ask then, because there was a comment a few minutes ago from one of our listeners. Jacob said he's excited to see Twister. What did you think of Glenn Powell and Twisters?
What did I think of Glenn Powell? He's good. The movie is a lot of effects.
Yeah.
And they're cool and all that, but it's just has that seen it before kind of, it's a tornado chaser movie, right? So it's not as good as the first one, or I didn't find it as entertaining, but it's still good and the effects are good and he's good. He's the main guy here. He's the primary character in the Twisters, and he's good, and it's going to do just fine. And help move him right on up the food chain.
So the movie is Hitman. It is on Netflix.
That's the best part. It's on Netflix right now, so you can go. I highly recommend. I think it's a great Friday night, popcorn flick. Grab a beer from the fridge and plop down on the couch.
It's a 2-hour movie, but it doesn't feel like 2
Oh,
hours.
it flies.
It moves.
Yeah, it really does.
It moves quite well. Well, as we announced last week, another movie that probably today would have been, the originals probably would have been released on streaming first. But we're going back to Beverly Hills Cop, Axel F., which is a Netflix exclusive and came out on 4th of July weekend. And that'll be our pick next week for the movie club. There you go. Well, Kent, appreciate it. Enjoy the very nice weather. It's too bad you didn't have an outdoor concert to cover tonight because, you wouldn't sweat to death.
No, but it's supposed to rain at about 6:30, 7 o'clock. So,
okay, never mind then.
That would not be cool.
Will I see you at A Day to Remember next week?
No.
Damn.
I will be at. I have Vampire Weekend is here in lovely Lincoln on Tuesday night.
I would love to see Vampire Weekend.
So
I don't even know who that is.
You guys are speaking French.
It's my second favorite album of the year, and that's only because of Sturgill Simpson's album last week.
Oh, I see.
Great album.
Okay.
I love that for you, Kent.
There, Tuesday night at the lovely Pinewood Bowl.
Well, hopefully the weather will be good for that.
Sounds
Kent,
good.
have an awesome weekend. Thanks.
Thank you, Kent.
Bye, Kent. Thank you.
Kent Wolgamont of the Lincoln Journal-Star. So when you saw Fellowship in the theater, was it you or Patriot Supply Nick?
It was me. It was me. 100% me.
Okay.
Are we talking about that today, or is that coming up in
No,
content?
I wasn't going to talk about that.
Interesting that you hate her so much, and yet now you're going to use what she said to not see Fellowship.
Maybe.
Well, I'm not using that to not see Fellowship.
Interesting.
I just like the conundrum it puts
Are
poor
we
Nick
sure
in.
this
Doesn't
won't
put me in
make
a conundrum.
John want to watch Fellowship?
Oh,
Nope.
great point.
Absolutely
Also,
not.
that doesn't put me in a conundrum because she's dumb and doesn't know what she's talking about.
Yeah, exactly. Colbert, huge lib.
People
loves Lord of the Rings.
People forget
he speaks Elvish.
He does. Also, Tolkien fought Germans in World War I.
You always have a convenient excuse.
I mean, Lord of the Rings and The Hobbit happened because he's a veteran. So John saying he doesn't like Lord of the Rings means he's anti
which
World War I
veteran is he?
Well, British.
British, Johnny's British. He was a Brit.
It's pretty easy.
Yeah, when you're born in Britain.
Well, coming up,
Oi!
billions and billions. We've got money. We got the info
Student
on.
loans?
Well, it gives us an insight into exactly how much the NFL is raking in because there's one team that has to release its figures. The Green Bay Packers.
That is true.
So we did a little forensic. Well, we didn't, but someone did the forensic accounting. And we're going to find out why is Matt Rule retweeting other Matts?
Oh, many questions
In
on
this
many
case,
sides.
Matt Leinart on 1620 The Zone.
Beggars cannot be choosers, John.
I know.
It's a very famous phrase.
I know. I'm aware. So, the thing is about the NFL is you never know.
Great sport. Be here soon.
How much how much dough they actually pull in.
Real quick, I didn't realize this. I didn't realize that we didn't know.
I mean, we see what the contracts they sell for, but in terms of just all the revenues they pull in, the teams are not obliged to share any of that information because all of the franchises, save for one, are privately owned.
Mm-hmm.
Jerry Jones doesn't have to tell you what he pulls in for parking every year. Stan Kroenke doesn't have to tell you what he makes
8 glory holes per game.
Ticket sales.
Glory hole.
Yeah.
But there is one team out there that is publicly owned, and thus they have to release that information.
Kraken.
And that is, of course,
Pirates
the
of the
Green
Caribbean.
Bay Packers.
The
And so-
Kraken.
And so you can at least get an idea
Because you can take those numbers
and extrapolate them across the league.
Yeah, you can indeed.
So the Packers reported $654 million in total revenues, which was up 7% from the previous year.
$654
million.
Wow, that is a lot of millions.
The majority of that came from Green Bay's share of the national revenue that the NFL distributed equally among the franchises. Again, all the CBS, NBC, Fox, ESPN contracts, they take that raw number and they divide it by 32, and every team gets an equal share.
Okay.
And Green Bay,
at least a share.
$402.3 million
from
the television contract.
Real quick, John, we're like, congrats to the Big Ten on getting $50 million per team. The Packers made $400 million.
Yep.
Wow, the NFL. What a moneymaker. My goal should have been to be in the NFL.
Yeah, why didn't you just do that?
I should just get a job in the NFL.
You should have gotten a job as an NFL owner.
I didn't go to that college class.
Apparently not.
I really missed out on it.
So from the Packers report, this according to Front Office Sports, Packers, it can be determined that the NFL made $12.87 billion in national revenue. Now, not most of that national revenue is the TV contract. Obviously, Westwood One pays a rights fee to be the exclusive radio
Do we know
partner.
how much they pay?
I honestly don't.
I'll look it up.
I honestly don't. But so $12.87 billion in national revenue, which was up from $11.98 billion. So they made nearly $1 billion more in total league revenue.
And this was
based on
23,
the
right?
Packer numbers. Yes.
This is 23. So I'm trying to think of things that changed. Well, I guess it was year 2 of Amazon. Never mind. There was the new Christmas, those were extra games that they had not previously done. But interesting. Wow, that is a lot more.
Well,
money.
the new contract did kick in last year.
Okay, so there we go.
So
that was going to help.
And more media revenue was realized through a $110 million sale of the first exclusive streamed playoff game.
Oh, yes. Peacock was involved. Peacock had multiple exclusive games. They had regular season and they had the postseason.
Peacock.
Correct.
Peacock, which is going up in price, folks. Have you seen this? Have you heard about this?
An email that I received.
Yeah, indeed. What now?
No, nothing.
Oh,
It's
okay.
just, it is what it is.
Yeah, thinking about life.
Writing further from Front Office Sports, Roger Goodell has said many times the league's ambition is to reach $25 billion in total annual revenue by 2027.
He's been saying that for years. And okay, so real quick. So this is just like the national stuff. And that was what, almost 13?
Correct.
So they're 12 million short.
Well,
and they have a couple years.
That's total revenue.
Okay.
Total revenue.
Okay.
So that's ticket sales, concessions, parking, all of that.
Yeah.
So looking at what the Packers did there, their local revenue sum, so the money they made beyond the television contract, was $251.8 million, which included regular season tickets, concessions, and local sponsorships.
That is an incredible amount of money that I would not have guessed. 200 what?
We'll round it up. $252 million.
That is wild. So that's like in-stadium sponsorships. That was local radio.
That's local radio, that's season ticket sales, that's concessions, that's parking. I'm sure with the Packers, it's probably their Hall of Fame,
Okay. You never okay.
Stuff
so,
like that.
Yeah. Like the restaurants that they own, like a part of the stadium, like
yes.
Green Bay Land.
Yeah,
or whatever
they'd
call
have
it.
a share in.
Okay.
Green Bay Land.
It has a fun little
Now,
name.
Green Bay told its shareholders that its local revenue typically ranks near the top of the second quartile. So basically somewhere between 9th and 12th.
Yeah.
So Green Bay's local revenues are somewhere between 9th and 12th league-wide.
So they are fairly average, all things
They're
considered.
above average.
Slightly above average.
They're above average.
Ooh, so there is a lot more to be made locally.
So if the Packers represented even an average NFL team, according to Front Office Sports, that would put the league's total revenue in 2023 at nearly $21 billion.
Wow.
But as Front Office points out, it's not that simple without knowing how much money enormously popular teams like the Cowboys actually are bringing in, because, they could be bringing in a lot more than what you would anticipate the average being.
Sure. So the average might be a number, it's just an average of all 32, but that doesn't mean, because you're going to have one team that's way up there and you're going to have one team that's way down there.
Sure.
Wow. What a league.
So that's
incredible.
That's where they are, man.
That is incredible.
That's where they are.
By the way, speaking of Peacock, Nick, you ready for this? Platcat writes, if you hit unsubscribe on the Peacock email, they'll offer you 6 more months for $1.99 a month.
Oh,
there you go.
Good news.
Yeah. Somebody wanted to up one of my
Well, that would be
subscriptions.
perfect for now, because in the next 6 months,
You'll get football. There'll be a playoff game in 6 months.
You'll have Big Ten football.
Big Ten Saturday
You'll have
night.
SummerSlam.
More like Fall Slam.
SummerSlam.
Football Slam is what they should call it. It's almost football season.
SummerSlam's at the Browns Stadium.
Is it really?
Yeah.
I wonder where they're at on this little fancy schmancy list.
I don't know.
Who do we think is the top 5 in terms of local? Obviously, the Cowboys would be 1. Do we think it'd be if the Packers are that low?
Kansas City has to be up.
Well,
Yeah,
but remember, the
Steelers.
Packers, that's a small market.
Yeah, I guess it is, but it's just like they're such a popular team.
They are a popular team, but you
More
can
of a
only
national.
you can only get so much, because you're still not going to be able to command the same types of advertising rates in stadium
Because your market is
than
smaller?
you could in New York or in Los Angeles
so do we think
or in Chicago.
I was going to say, do we think it's probably some form of fashion of Cowboys, Bears,
Giants,
Jets? Do we think the Jets?
Probably 49ers,
Eagles, 49ers,
Rams. Yeah.
Okay, so probably those teams.
It's probably, yeah.
Steelers. Did I say Steelers?
Or
are they too small of a market?
I would think the Steelers are in the same ballpark, if not maybe a smidge lower than Green Bay.
Where do we think the Chiefs would land? Because
Well,
I know it's a small
very
market,
small
but
market, very small market. So that's going to hurt them. Insanely popular team, but again, this is local stuff. So they actually might be more on the more average side.
I would think they would be in the middle.
Yeah, all things considered.
Probably lower than Green Bay.
Yeah, that would be fun to get to know.
Though, I mean,
probably
the stadium's a little bigger. Where is it?
Whose stadium?
I guess Lambeau's expanded a lot.
Yeah, Lambeau's pretty big now. I don't know, Nick, where the Miami Dolphins would be.
Miami's not a small market, but there's also a lot going on there that I don't know if that many people are tuning in.
Yeah, I bet they'd probably be on the below average side.
That'd be my guess.
Yeah,
that'd be my guess.
That sounds
because Miami. Because I mean, if you watch some of those Dolphins games, it's not like the stadium's doesn't always look full.
No, exactly. So that's
sad.
So there's the beach. There's a lot of things to do.
Yeah, honestly, Miami's never been a great sports town.
No, it's a horrible sports town.
Even though they have a billion teams.
Yeah, it's a bad sports town. I wonder where Minnesota would be.
Minnesota!
Thank you.
He's never going to be able to say it like that again.
No.
He doesn't have to. All he has to do, Nick, is show up on the second Tuesday of November. That's all he needs to do.
Well, he'll show up.
That's your goal, Joe. Just show up second week of November. We'll even let you throw the first ceremonial water balloon at Josh.
Unrelated, John.
It may not break.
Is Movie Club 200 going to be Weekend at Bernie's?
Oh, that'd be a funny bit.
That actually would be a funny bit.
Be a funny bit.
No, I have something else.
Well, he won't be running, but that many more weeks. So it'll be a bad bit by then. Be like, oh, remember the past? Remember the past, John.
Coming up, it is One Beer Friday.
Yes, it is.
And we're going to find out why.
Why it's One Beer Friday? Well, I can
It's
tell you
because
that.
it's Friday.
Yeah.
There are two idiots out there that cover the SEC and why Matt Rule is retweeting Matt Leinart.
Wait, those are two topics, right? Those are two different topics?
Two different topics.
Topic alert.
Plus predictions?
Predictions will be coming up.
What's going on with us two?
It was another bad week for Nick.
Tell me more, John.
It was another bad week for Nick. I'm sorry, Nick, but
shave his mustache. Hold him down and shave it off.
well, we didn't agree to anything.
You know what they say? Second place is just the first loser.
Oh, is that what they say? Well, what's third place then?
The second loser.
The second.
I'd say it's the first loser to second place.
Remember, first the worst, second the best, third the one with the hair on the chest. I
Oh,
have hair on my chest.
You do have a very hairy chest. I've seen his chest.
You want to see my chest, John?
I'm good.
I can.
No, I'm good. You don't have to.
Remember that one time he took off his clothes?
1620 zone.
John, a quick question from Aaron Papillion, going back to our discussion
for
about the Packers.
Aaron
Papillion writes, I heard revenue numbers. Did the report mention profit? It did not,
No.
right? It did not. So that was just...
No, it... I'm looking. Hang on.
Probably safe to assume every NFL
Oh,
team
yes,
is
it
making a
did. The
profit.
Packers reported a $60 million operating profit.
Wow, that's it. $60 million profit?
I mean, that's good profit.
Yeah,
$60 million is a
I guess that's true, but that means, so wait, the revenue, the total revenue was what, like $700 million, and they spent $640 million?
Were they working on renovations last season?
Don't believe so. I didn't think so.
Let's see, 252 plus, or 654. So they made $60 million in profit off $654 million.
Wow, I guess that just surprises me a little bit.
What's the percentage?
No wonder these owners are so damn cheap in the NFL. Like my stupid owner. Sign one of the players. Here's a future list item, by the way. I think the Cowboys are going to trade Micah.
Really?
Oh, yeah. You know, I have my ear to the ground, a.k.a. I listen to podcasts
Are you
at double
going
speed.
to cry when he's gone? You're like, I miss Micah and everything he
No,
tweeted.
it just seems like the franchise is really annoyed with him and how he operates. Very immature, as Steve Sipple would say.
They stopped the Cowboys before.
It seems like he's
their
pissing
glory
them off.
days. They had a lot of immature players.
Yeah, but they were winning Super Bowls and they weren't
I know.
whining on podcasts.
Now, think about it. How problematic do you have to be for the Cowboys to get
Okay,
sick
it's
of
not
your
because
BS?
he's problematic, Nick. It's because he's being a...
So you don't think he's problematic?
Interesting point. Earlier this week, here was Paul
Skeens
Feinbaum
Oh.
on
Don't excite me
Lincoln
like that.
Riley.
Okay.
I thought last year was one of the worst coaching jobs I have ever seen. Quite frankly, had I been the athletic director at Southern Cal, I would have fired Lincoln Riley because he's yet to show, after many years as a head coach, he knows anything about defense. He's gone through defensive coordinators. He just simply couldn't handle it. And now things are going to be 5 times worse in the Big Ten. On top of that, a number of his top players are bailing out. This is a guy who owned L.A. for about a half a minute. And quite frankly, next year at this time, I think he'll more than likely be an assistant in the NFL if he's that lucky.
Wow.
Paul, tell me you don't understand finances without telling me you don't understand finance. I mean,
In
can
terms
you
of
imagine
firing
if
him?
they would have fired?
Yeah, after last year?
Because the rumors are he's making in excess of $8 or $9 million a year. I'm
That's
guessing
not even higher than that.
That buyout would be massive.
Yeah, like, look, did they have a good year last year? Of course they did.
Right. But you can't
Fire him?
You can't pull the parachute yet.
No, that'd be stupid. Let him flame out a little bit.
Sounds like
more.
a Husker fan.
Well,
Nice.
that commentary from Paul Feinbaum
Oh.
led to a tweet from Matt Leinart, who just so happens to be a former USC quarterback and works for the other network.
Yes, he does. He works for Fox.
And Matt Leinart tweeted, listening to Feinbaum talk about USC and Riley makes me want to puke.
Nice.
And guess why I saw that tweet?
Because Matt Rule retweeted
Because it was retweeted by Matt Rule.
That's wild.
And I'm trying, just going through the permutations. I wonder why Matt Rule would retweet that.
That's very odd. Yeah. I mean, he certainly doesn't seem to like Paul. Did he have any run-ins with him when he was with Baylor?
Paul ever, yeah, maybe Paul. I don't know if Paul's ever had any crosswords to say about Matt Rule.
Yeah. Yeah, I have no idea.
Or if it's just
real quick,
or if
Paul
it's
does
just-
live in Carolina. So I wonder if he ever said anything about it. I mean, that's
Maybe.
mainly a Southern college football
Maybe.
show, but I wonder if in passing he mentioned his tenure with the Panthers.
Possibly.
Because, yeah, the SEC studios are in Carolina. North Carolina, that is.
I just found that very interesting that it would be Matt Rule that
Yeah.
would retweet that.
So, again, that is a wild take. Like, I think in the end, Paul Feinbaum could or probably will be right. Like, they will have to fire him. I still don't know if it'll be this soon.
No, it's not going to be this soon.
Also, like, look, I think that the signs right now with the tenure are pretty bad. But he did decide to move on from Alex Grinch, who he had for a long time. So I think that he made a good decision there. Interesting. Yeah, why would he retweet that? What's going on there, Matt? Matt Rule.
He's just having
Grum
fun.
down.
No, not the Grum down.
I'm sick. Good Lord.
This was...
Remember when John was clicking through things and it was just OJ out of
Yeah,
nowhere?
yeah, it was a little shocking.
Yeah.
Of course, you can't have a media days without a preseason poll. Unless you're the Big Ten and you don't do it because
You're stupid.
you're the Big
By
Ten.
the way, a reminder, next week, Big Ten Media Days and the start of the Olympics. Next week, great week in America. In Paris, I guess.
Man, thought this week was rough. Predicted order of finish.
Yeah.
Now, these are the total points, right?
Yeah, so this doesn't
Total
have the
points. So
number
this
of
is all the
first
voting.
place
Yeah.
votes, right?
That's coming up.
Okay.
Georgia is the preseason favorite, followed by Texas, Alabama, Ole Miss, LSU, Missouri, Tennessee, Oklahoma, Texas A&M. And if you were to tier this, because there's a lot of points here, there's a lot of people voting. Georgia's kind of off by themselves. I mean, it's 3,300 points. Texas is second with 3,000 points. So Georgia's kind of in a tier by themselves. Alabama's only about 150 points behind Texas. Ole Miss, about another 100 points behind Alabama. So really the tiers are kind of Georgia, then Texas, Alabama, Ole Miss, then LSU, Missouri, Tennessee, Oklahoma.
And then it's a big drop off.
And then
to
it's a
A&M.
big drop off to A&M.
Interesting.
That's kind of what your tiers look like. Nothing really too surprising there, though it is a bit jarring.
To see Texas or Bama pick third?
Well, it is only
lower.
it is if you don't have the context of
Yeah, but that's
it's
what I
not
thought you were
Nick
going to say.
Saban,
I apologize.
but it's actually Oklahoma.
Seeing them that far down.
Oklahoma's 8th.
Dude, it's going to be, I think that they're in for a rough go. You want to talk about a coach that I don't believe in moving forward? I'm not going to be as strong as Paul was against Lincoln Riley. I am not into the Venables era moving forward.
Texas feels too high.
Do they?
I think they might need a couple seasons to adjust.
You think so?
Yeah.
I think that seems right, actually.
I mean, it's the popular sentiment. Would it surprise me if Texas, who historically has underachieved like a madman, underachieves? Absolutely not. Would not surprise me at all. Here are the first place votes. Georgia, 165 out of, I don't know what the total number is.
There's so many people that vote in this. 165 plus 12.
Well, here, let's do a real quick math. 165 plus 27 plus 12 plus, what is that, 9? 213 votes.
Yeah, wow. That's a lot of voters.
165 votes for Georgia, 27 for Texas, 12 for Alabama, 4 for Ole Miss, 2 for Vanderbilt.
Who needs their votes removed?
2 for LSU.
That's a smart, handsome voter.
1 for South Carolina. I can't believe you found 2 idiots out there that still buy the Brian Kelly shtick. That he's a real Southern boy.
I love these men and women. Thank you for your votes.
I love gumbo.
Nick loves gumbo.
I love, though, how people get all bent. Who are these 2 people? It's like
Find them and remove
it's a
them from the
preseason.
world.
Remember,
Who cares?
we have even worse educated voters that vote for the Heisman.
Oh, I thought you were going to say
Also,
for a president.
And that
LSU?
actually, well,
Paul Skeens.
What about Paul Skeens?
LSU.
What about him? What does that have to do with this?
Played at LSU.
Okay, good job, Nick.
but he didn't play football.
No.
He uses a football in his
Justin
workout.
Jefferson, John. Let's just start naming LSU players. Ryan Perilou.
Ryan Perilou.
Remember Ryan Perilou?
That's a fun
How about
name.
Dalton Hilliard?
Oh, Dalton Hilliard.
Burt Jones.
Who was the running back in the late 90s? Did they have a Falk on their team?
Yes.
What was his name? In 97?
Obviously, it wasn't the great Marshall Falk.
No.
It was Kevin Falk.
Kevin
Nice.
Falk. Remember Kevin Falk?
Have you guys ever seen that stand-up bit where a guy just talked about how he and his buddies would sit down, name pro players, and then another buddy would yell out which college they went to?
Oh, that sounds like a fun game.
Yeah.
Guys love sitting around naming dudes.
Ryan Tannehill.
We just like to randomly name dudes. So there you go. SEC preseason poll. We'll have to rely once again on Cleveland.com. I wonder if
Thank you for your service.
I wonder if the West Coast media will be a bit confused. Why am I getting requests from Cleveland.com to pick the Big Ten all preseason team? Well, that's because folks out on the West Coast, that's how the Big Ten does things. Get used to it. They're a little weird. You all thought you were weird because you're left coasters? You ain't experienced the Big Ten life yet.
Welcome to the Big Ten.
Welcome to the Big Ten. Well, coming up next, it's One Beer Friday. And we're going to crack open a few beers. We hope you can crack open a few beers or whatever it is you're drinking. Send us a pic. Use the hashtag One Beer Friday. Send it to us in the JTech Construction Zone Twitter feed at USC1620.
When we get to One Beer Friday,
yes,
you have been accosting Nick all week long.
About what?
About Reddit. You say, because Nick said news happened on Saturday. The former president, there was an assassination attempt. Nick went to Reddit first for his news. You say there is no such thing as finding news on Reddit.
Mm-hmm.
I am going to prove you wrong and prove Nick right.
Oh, Josh and I
so we're going to
handshake
get exclusive news from the Reddit newsroom?
Well, you'll have to stay tuned through the break and
I
find out
can't
what it is.
Wait for this breaking news.
Do you know who's not on Reddit? Bart Torvik.
Bart Torvik. Actually,
You know why?
He is.
Because Bart is smart.
I bet Bart is
and
actually.
It rhymes.
Bart is probably a Reddit guy.
That's fair.
Yeah. One of my neighbors is named Bart.
Bart's actually an attorney, so he probably doesn't have time for Reddit.
Dude, lawyers love message boards.
Oh, there's a whole subreddit called Legal Advice, John. I bet
Bingo,
Bart's
John.
gone on there a few times.
I bet these are the folks that lost on Judge Wapner. Back after this on 1620 The Zone. Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
From your mom.
I drank beer with my friends. Sometimes I had too many beers. I liked beer. I still like beer. Had beers, have some beers. One beer, drink beer, drinks beer, drank beer, and drinking beer.
Upstairs, downstairs, where was it? I don't know, but I had one beer.
You probably have beer, Center.
Each week, Ralph Club, biggest contributor.
Beer. I like beer. I don't know if you like beer, Senator, or not. What do you like to drink?
Next
I had one beer. Friday. Yeehaw!
Hanging out and having some beers with friends, which I gladly do, and which I fully embrace.
Well, you think it was... Nope, it was one beer. Friday.
Hello, 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 and welcome to a One Beer Friday brought to you by us.
Yeah!
The boys of 1620 The Zone.
Oh, man. Good job, everybody. Woo! That was some good cracking. You know, John, in but like 2.5-ish months, we'll be cracking them at a tailgate somewhere in Lincoln, Nebraska, ahead of the football game that we will be doing a post-game show from, because apparently that's what we agreed on.
Well, we did that. You're talking about the
Don't recall
Colorado
this.
game.
No, you're giving John his martyr soapbox. Careful.
No, I'm the
not-
martyr now.
He is the martyr now.
The martyr's
mine.
martyr.
Well, that's the Colorado. You realize the Colorado game
No, I said
before the
2.
Illinois.
I said 2.5 months. Colorado game's a Saturday. I was
Again,
saying 2.5.
you don't have to do it.
No, I'd love to.
No, you don't. You don't want to do it.
It's fine. I rarely go to games. I put in my media request today.
I mean, honestly, Friday night sounds more fun than Saturday.
Yeah,
Then
because
you
you still
got
have the
a
whole
whole next-
weekend. Yeah. Do you think that, will they let us on the roof? Are you able to go up onto the roof anymore? Do they allow the media to just wander away?
Is the roof flat?
Great question,
Well,
Nick.
I mean,
yes.
The roof is the 7th floor is where like KRNU is.
Yeah,
and
can you
and
go up
cameras.
there and like stand
Yeah,
outside? Because that's where I want to be, I think, for the Colorado game. I think I just want to hang out outside.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
That's
honestly,
the worst part about
I
the
don't
press
know.
box is you can't hear as much. There's the windows.
It's not the same vibe.
No, I want to be out in the vibe.
Maybe if Michael's listening, he could tell us. I don't know, but I don't think Michael's gone up there.
Because I guess when you guys used to go to games, you would wander out, but there are now like suites out there, aren't they?
Oh yeah, when we discovered the ends of the press box before they encased them all with an additional 2 suites.
Amazing.
It was like this. It was just being like you were still on the media level, the 6th
You're
floor,
just outside.
but it was just like an outside patio. We'll call it, right?
Yeah.
And that's where I still remember the poor Kansas student radio station was stuck out there.
In what year? 10? The cold game?
The cold game.
Oh, it was so cold.
But it was a great view. In fact, I
Like,
took
so
a
cold.
lot of awesome pictures from up there. A lot of the pictures I use as cover shots of the stadium and
Yeah.
the field were because it was a great angle. Even though you were in the corner of the end zone, because you were so high, it was a really awesome view. And we would go out there and watch games.
Yeah, and
instead of sitting inside in the antiseptic press box.
Yeah, and see, I think that I've seen pictures and videos from the various scribes from out there for like the tunnel walks and stuff. My guess is they just go back in because they need to write. I won't need to write anything.
Right.
So I'm hoping to hang out there, but we'll see. We'll see.
But this is One Beer Friday. Send us a pic of what you're having. Use the hashtag One Beer Friday. We'll retweet it. And it's just a community. We're just one big happy community.
We love community.
New beer data came out.
Oh,
beer data. Or the beer data.
Do you know what the most popular beer in America is by sales?
It's a Busch Light.
No,
I
definitely
hope
not. My guess is going to be Mick Ultra.
Busch Light.
Busch Light.
Yeah.
You say. It's Modelo.
Really? Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
It's Modelo time.
Modelo.
Didn't you have one of those last night?
I did.
I think you texted. That's what you had. For
I
some reason.
texted
Yeah,
that,
you were.
yes.
I don't know. I was like, John, cool.
No, Bud Light famously
One beer Friday
lost
tomorrow, John.
Bud Light famously lost because of some things that Patriot Supply Nick probably was involved in a couple of years
Remember,
ago.
Nick? You know about culture wars? Have you ever heard of a culture war? They're all over
Is
the
that
news.
like the Clone Wars?
It's worse.
It's like the Clone Wars, except
Episode
not
2, culture.
nearly as entertaining.
Yoda doesn't get a lightsaber.
No.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
And Bud Light has actually now slipped to third
behind
Mick Ultra.
People love Mick Ultra. I didn't realize people loved Modelo that much.
I didn't either.
I don't like Mick Ultra.
I would have guessed.
Water.
I would have guessed if you would have told me a Mexican beer was number one, I would have figured it's that
Pacifico?
skunk, skunk
Corona.
urine known as Corona.
Yeah, because it has the clear bottle, and so it allows all the sunlight in.
I also would have
And
guessed
if you
Corona.
break it inside of a walk-in cooler, it smells like a skunk urinated.
Not great.
I've never experienced that.
Interesting.
I did.
How has Modelo done this? Congrats to them.
I think it's marketing. It's Modelo time. It's a great tagline.
I don't see
The only Modelo commercial that I ever see is the one with Dame Lillard, and that's only in the NBA playoffs.
Yeah, I don't feel like I am inundated with a lot of Modelo advertising.
Okay, so think about an NFL Sunday, because that is when I will see and you will see the most beer advertisements
Sure.
you see. I don't really even recall a Modelo one. It's a lot of
well,
Bud Light.
isn't most of it though?
People all over the world.
Which
Join hands.
Which beer this year is the official beer of the NFL? Is
I
it
always
still
thought-
Coors?
I thought it was Bud.
Is it Coors Light?
Official
So
beer of
it
the
also
NFL.
could be. I have a couple friends who are
Bud Light.
who are from Mexico. They are here now, and they
Right.
said that Modelo is actually the beer that they drank the most there. It's not actually Corona. It's like how they say Australia likes Foster's.
Yeah.
Australian for beer. instead of-
Modelo is actually.
When I went
I
to
believe, the
Mexico a
most
couple years
consumed.
ago and famously stayed on the resort, had a great time, Nick. We had Modelo's quite a bit. That was
So-
the beer of choice for all of us while we were there.
I think it's just. I think it's just a natural choice for a lot of people.
Interesting.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it says impressive sales for a horrible beer. Well, I like Modelo.
Modelo's good.
Yeah, it's good.
It's better than that skunk urine. Corona.
Yes, it is. By the way,
I like
speaking of
Dos
money,
Equis, too.
to put a pin in the or not pin to put
What's
a bow.
okay? So you got Modelo, Corona, Dos Equis. What's the fourth one?
Pacifico.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought it started with a T.
Oh no,
It's not Tecate, right? What's the name of that beer?
no, I think you're right. TECA, right? Takata? Isn't that one?
Tecate.
Tecate.
I don't know what that
Tecate.
is.
I've
Oh
heard-
wait, no.
I've
Is it
heard
like
of
a
that one.
green?
It's like red.
Okay.
It almost looks like Alamo beer from King of the Hill, which
Okay.
is basically it's probably what they were drinking. at King of
Probably.
the Hill.
Mm.
Sorry, Jeff.
No, but I was just gonna say, putting a bow on the conversation from last segment or last hour rather about the NFL revenue and profit, because I was like, wow, that's surprising that the Packers only made $60 million. Max points out that's about a 10% profit, pretty standard. The average profit across all companies in all industries in the U.S. is 7.71%. So never mind. That's why I don't own a business
For now.
for now. That's true.
If
Exponential
you only would have
growth.
taken that ownership course.
Exponential growth is impossible.
But I do want to say this. So earlier this week, Nick said he is of news on Reddit,
If something major happens, that's my first place.
which I don't think is a bad take. When I listen to the Bill Simmons podcast, I go to the Reddit thread and I make fun of him.
I mean, you're not making a very good case for him right
No,
now.
well, I
When you
will-
mentioned Bill Simmons.
I will make a case for you, John.
Don't let him make
When the
cases for you.
submersible happened, I went to Reddit.
He went to Reddit
It was very funny and informative.
during the College World Series.
You know, that death is not funny, Nick.
that one was.
That one was.
They had a
kinda funny.
PlayStation 2 controller.
John, it was kind of funny.
PlayStation 2, John. Anyway, so we have been wondering for months. Hell, Dave Fight wrote about it this week. What?
Oh, yeah.
What will the alternate uniform be? We talked about it in content, did we not?
Yes,
He
we
presented
did.
3 options: throwback, black, or wild card. Which was
Wild
like
card, bitches.
the support the troops 9/11 uniforms, for example.
I want those.
Well, user Buckman01213
Sounds very
Wow,
real.
this sounds real authentic.
was on Reddit r/Huskers today, 5 hours ago,
Okay.
and wrote new arrival at Alumni Hall store in Lincoln. And then-
Alumni Hall.
What is the Alumni Hall store? Nick, can you do a little recon? Alumni Hall, Nebraska.
Are they talking the Nebraska bookstore?
This is, maybe they changed the name of it. It is a website, alumnihall.com.
Yeah,
What
it's
is,
an apparel store.
what is it?
Downtown Lincoln.
Downtown. Oh, is that the old Nebraska bookstore? Remember
is that what they?
It's P Street. I don't know if that's
That'd
the old
be the
Nebraska
old Nebraska bookstore.
Okay. All right. Perfect. Thank you, Nick. Thank you for your service. So anyway, now this person added a little editorializing. Buckman01213. Be prepared to be disappointed by the alternate uniform this year. And Mr. Buckman attached a photo of what looked to be alternate uniforms of the throwback variety that Nebraska would wear this year, presumably for that Friday night 400 sellout game versus the Fighting Illini.
or the John Mortar game.
The John and Josh Martyr.
Mortar.
We will not be lighting
mortars.
We will not be lighting off mortars.
My bad.
And I've since tweeted out a photo. I will retweet it from the @USC1620 account, and I attached the Reddit thread for anyone who would like to see that.
If this is true,
which I will say it is true. I will put it on the list.
But if this is true, why is this a bad thing?
That's a great question. Now, Dave Fight, he said, looking through the responses on that Reddit thread, liking these makes you an old. Apparently, because here's a comment too, John, from Joseph. Yawn, we did these already. So
15 years ago.
Dude, it's seriously, it's been so long.
15 years ago. I'm guessing that
been a while.
I'm guessing that commenter was probably in kindergarten when these happened last time.
Yeah.
I like these.
These are sweet.
They're cool.
I like
first
old
of all,
school. It's different. They don't ever wear this. I like them.
Yeah, it's not like this is something Nebraska breaks out on an annual basis. This one happens every 15 years.
Mm-hmm.
And it's only happened, this would only be the second time. Going back to when they originally last wore them in 67, I think was the last year they wore
them for the first time. Because, Frank Solich.
They wore this style.
Yeah, Frank Solich had these uniforms when he played,
I think it was 67. It was either 67 or 68 was the last year of that style.
Nice.
Which is I don't even know what they call that scriptive number, but it's a very distinct number. Just think Frank Solich.
I'll upload
Think
him to
of Frank Solich as, number 45, and that's the script.
Yeah.
That's the style.
Mm-hmm.
It's a really, I don't even know if I want to call it a classic look. It's just a very unique look.
Yeah.
It's very clean. And remember, we're honoring the 400th sellout, which started in 1962.
Correct. This
is the time you break out these types of uniforms.
Definitely.
I mean, the fact that they never did a 71 throwback for the Oklahoma series is still, to me, ridiculous. It made why?
Yeah.
When everyone was celebrating the 50th anniversary of the game of the century, the renewal of this rivalry, and they didn't do it. Well, here's an example of, hey, we're going to throw it back to when this historic sellout streak started. The one thing that Nebraska fans cling to like grim death.
Mm-hmm. I just posted them, by the way, on our stream.
A game like this is not for breaking out some, modernistic goober uniform.
Agreed. Keep the goober uniforms for a different game.
You either wear your usual uniform or you break out these throwbacks.
I am a little.
That's it.
I think that these throwbacks are a good choice considering, but I did kind of want to see the ones with the blue. So I think that would be cool.
By the way, Joe writes that these are called teardrop style.
Teardrop. Okay.
Thank you, Joe.
Very nice.
Well, Nick, you bring up that, and reading Dave's story earlier this week was a reminder that they wore the stupid red with the blue outline last year. And it's like, if you're going to go all the way, you got to go all the way.
Nebraska didn't even do a half measure, Walter.
Mm-hmm.
They did like a 1/32. That should have been our tip-off that Trev Alberts wasn't long for this place because he was the one that signed off.
That's true. Tough look for Trev.
That's what I want to see. This is the full commit to the blue.
Yeah, that would have been super, super fun. I like these. Jordan,
I like them.
I was in college 15 years ago. Damn, we're getting old, Josh. Yeah, we are getting old, Jordan. Be 40 before you know it.
Go back, go look at the pictures from that 2009 game. Who was that against?
They look awesome.
Who was that against? That was
Louisiana Lafayette. I found one. Look at Sue. Yeah. Big Mr. Sue.
I mean, they look
gray face mask.
They look great.
Numbers on the helmets.
They look great.
Yeah, Nick, search Nebraska, Louisiana 2009, and you'll find a bevy of photos. These look sweet.
They look fantastic.
What do you want? What if these aren't good enough for you?
We want to look cool like Oregon. Stop.
They killed him. They were good. Nebraska was good.
I don't believe it.
They should have won the Big 12 that year.
Oh, those do look nice. I like how the numbers on the helmet.
They're very clean. They're very classic. And again, you're honoring a streak that happened 62 years
By
ago.
the way, Max rather brings up a great point. The unis for fans always look a little worse and cheaper. A great thing to remember. This is not an authentic uniform that they will wear. Theirs will be of better quality. Also, it will be over pads. A sneaky thing about football uniforms is they look pretty bad on people, but you put them on people without pads. You put them with some shoulder pads, and they're going to look a whole lot better.
It's almost like that's what they were designed for.
It is almost like they were designed for that, Nick. It's like when you ever see somebody wear... I had a teacher in high school who would wear one of the coats that are built to be put over a football player and their pads, but he would wear the coat sometimes.
Oh.
He looked like a goober. It's like, bro, you can't wear that coat. He was a teacher, so I didn't say that to him, but
You should have. Maybe
he
didn't know.
I thought it.
Maybe he would have given you good grades because he pointed it out.
Folks, Nebraska's not Oregon. They're never going to be Oregon, so get over it.
Oh,
and these look great.
By the way, Dave Fight says it won't happen, but imagine if they paired these uniforms with a late 60s pant and helmet. Yeah, with the NU on the... See, and that's the thing. I don't know why they don't wear more old school stuff more often. You know, instead of... You want to maybe capture some of the old school fans, lean into the NU style. You know,
The funny thing, they only wore those for 2 years.
Yeah? I think
That was it.
That'd be cool.
They
I like
only
that
did those for 2 years.
I love the old school Nebraska look. They don't ever do it, though.
I kind of wish they'd go back into the 50s when they wore red helmets.
Oh, that'd be interesting.
They had a red helmet with a white stripe. It was just a plain red helmet with a white stripe.
Red helmet, red jersey, red pants.
No, we're not going to look like a giant blood clot.
KM Bob 33 on YouTube writes, "Where's the links?" We sent them out at USC 1620.
Yes, check out our USC at USC 1620 Twitter page.
So there you go.
And by the way, it may not be a guarantee that these are the
Put it
uniforms.
on the list, John.
It probably is, but I'm just saying it may not. It may just be, hey, we're selling different throwback uniforms. I think these are going to be what they're going to do. And if it is the common sense, classy choice.
Vote common sense. Dannon Yogurt 2024.
Dannon.
Kevin writes, bring the old tearaway jersey back. That would be sweet.
I believe that's illegal.
Those are outlawed. Nick, they would have literal tearaway.
Why?
Because if people would grab at you, the jersey would tear and you can get away from an arm tackle.
Right? It doesn't really make sense.
What do you mean it doesn't make sense?
It's just odd.
I want the noise.
Well, of course it's odd, but if you had the ability...
Oh, sure. Yeah.
I mean, Jeff Kinney probably got, 80 of his 170 yards on yards after the tear.
Yards after tear.
Yat.
That would have been
Yat
that would have been the
yards.
analytics in the FTN Almanac from Aaron Schatz.
Yards after the tear.
Yeah, indeed.
And you wouldn't have gotten that iconic photo of the jersey in shreds, and you can see his undershirt and his pads flopping around.
It is a great photo.
It's just a great picture.
Yeah.
That cannot be cost effective.
They did have to have a lot.
Well, I mean, these jerseys were basically made out of Kleenex.
It was T-shirt.
Yeah.
It was worse quality.
They were very cheap.
Ryan writes,
and they only put them on certain players. Like, the offensive line didn't have them.
Yeah, the offensive line had the cool with the stripes.
Yeah.
Bring back the stripes. Ryan writes, am I the only one besides Nick that wants all reds? Also, hard to admit, I agree with Nick.
The all reds is more of a joke just to trigger John. I want the Noids.
Which is also all red.
It's not all red. There's some black accents.
But, it's a red jersey and a red pant.
That's fair.
Yeah.
It looked like a giant blood clot with dried, blackened blood on them. That's what those...
The Blood
Noids.
Boys.
Bring back the Noids.
Ugh.
I think you're only saying this because you're an Northern Iowa fan.
No, he's also an
Nebraska
Iowa
looked
fan
ridiculous.
and an Iowa State fan. Pick a damn team and stick with it.
Iowa pride. They're all in different divisions, so it doesn't matter.
They're rivals.
Different
You can't
conferences.
root for the same teams.
Different conferences. It doesn't matter.
They play each other.
It doesn't matter.
Yes, it does. You can't
doesn't
root for a
matter.
tie.
Every Iowan loves Elastico.
By the way,
Thank you for
before we
embracing
get
that.
to predictions, speaking of predictions, Brad Powers, who's one of the triumvirate that joined our good friend Todd Furman on the Bet the Board podcast.
Yeah.
If you want to check out their most recent pod, they just dropped the SEC preview, but the Big Ten preview dropped earlier this week. According to his Brad Powers numbers, get it?
Got him.
4 teams this year he has favored in every game. 4 teams. Georgia.
Makes sense.
Oregon.
Oh.
Kansas State.
Ooh.
And Marcus Freeman and the Notre Dame Fighting Irish.
Well, sometimes Vegas is wrong.
Well, these are his power rankings. These
Sometimes
are his power rankings.
I like Brad, but maybe Brad is wrong sometimes too.
The games in which they have the closest spread, Georgia, 2.5 points at Alabama. That's their shortest line.
Okay.
Oregon, again,
State game.
and this is his power ranking.
Yeah,
so
this isn't the actual line.
Excuse the fact that we're going to quote Oregon is 1.4.
Yes.
Over Ohio State. Think of it like
and they're dogs in some of the books.
Yeah, think of it as SP Plus, right?
Yes,
They're
that's
projected.
literally what this is. It's
Yeah.
Brad's version of SP Plus.
Yeah, Oregon minus 1.4 versus Ohio State. Kansas State 1.1 versus Iowa State. Notre Dame just a 0.5 point at Texas A&M.
And that's week 1.
That is
that's the first
week
game.
1.
It's the first game of this season.
That is week 1. Kudos to the Fighting Irish and the Aggies for actually playing a good game in week 1.
You can watch that while you host Big Red Overreaction week 1.
When does that game kick off?
6:30.
When's the Nebraska game kick off?
2:30.
Okay.
Football. Man, I am loving all this football talk this week, guys. We have done, I think, a great service to our audience this week.
I mean, I haven't heard any stories of people throwing themselves off the Woodman Tower. So
That's good.
I guess.
Nick?
Won't you step up off that ledge, my friend?
Wow.
Listen, I know you want your summer just like I do.
Look, it's raining.
Which is a summer activity.
In winter, it would be snow.
I hope we got some rain at my house.
Well, check the JB
my
weather.
flowers are looking fantastic.
Interesting.
Hell yeah, John. I love Flower John.
Flower Power John.
Our sunflower plant just...
Oh, when I have a house, I'm going to have flowers everywhere.
Remember when Nick told a funny joke earlier? That's another funny joke when you have a house someday.
Why is that a funny joke?
Because have you seen this economy? Have you seen the Gen?
I mean,
that he's Gen Z.
If multiple people are in a house, you can just rent it and split.
Oh, okay. I thought you meant like being a homeowner. Okay, there we go. Okay. My bad, Nick. I apologize. Didn't know you were talking about renting.
The good news is relief is on the way.
Oh?
It's on the way.
Yeah, I'm sure he'll help me out. Thanks, President T.
Well, coming up next, it's time for predictions.
Oh, I can't wait to see how a certain someone did.
Yeah, it was not a good week for Nick again. But the weekend predictions, we've got some content, including Troy Aikman versus Lamar Jackson, the rivalry we never thought we needed.
No, definitely not.
At 1620 The Zone.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for predictions.
Over, bet the over. Vikings in the over, bet the over.
Okay, it's time for weekend predictions. And last week, once again, the great one, that's me, not Gretzky.
Nice.
I'm close. I might get over 500 for the session, which doesn't happen very often.
Especially not in this leg. It's a long leg.
But Josh
Thank
has
you.
gained 2 more games on Nick.
Where are we at now, John?
So Nick has just a 2-game lead over Josh.
I heard that I'm still in the lead.
That's one way to
He
view
is.
it. It's like the Eagles saying at the end of last year, yeah, but we're still in first place in the NFC East for now.
I want to say that, Nick, you had a double-digit lead on Josh at one point.
Yeah, we need to go
Very
back through
early.
the.
I have to look back through the archive.
Can you make one of those fun graphs that shows like predictions over the course of the season?
Where your head is like bouncing along, and then Nick's head's bouncing along, and then your lines cross, and then you pass them.
I like that idea.
I wish I could.
Yeah.
Let's just do it.
Nick, you're the director
Sure.
of video.
There
Let's
you
start
go.
getting some new fun graphics for
New
prediction.
fun graphics.
Yeah, it'd be cool if we could do that. It'd be a lot of slides, like 80 slides.
I have to teach myself how to do things.
It's time to pick the British Open.
Oh, thanks for sending us predictions, John, but no worries. I can go to the FanDuel Sportsbook right now and take a look at the live odds, which is what a good American does. But I'll also take a look at the leaderboard just to make sure.
Well, the leaderboard would certainly help.
Yeah, it would.
That would actually help better. Shane Lowry seasoning salt.
Let's go, Shane.
Is at 7 under
Wow.
par.
Cut me one of them steaks, bruh.
Ahead of Justin Rose and Danny Brown.
Daniel Brown. What can Brown do for you?
Billy-
Well, they have the leaderboard right there, John. How cool is that?
That's very cool.
FanDuel rocks.
FanDuel does rock. All right, so
what are we doing? Are we picking one or are we
picking 3?
Picking 3?
Pick 3. Let's go. Well, Lowry's in the lead, so let's go with old Shane O'Mac.
Lowry Salt.
I
love Lowry Salt.
God, I'm just going to be boring. I'm just going to take the top 3. Give me
Justin
Lowry,
Rose.
Rose, and Brown. What can Brown do for you?
I'm going to go with Mr. Lowry Salt. I'm going to go with Scotty Scheffler. Yeah, let's go with Justin Rose.
I want Lowry, Scheffler, and Schauffele. Schauffele?
Oh, Xander
Schauffele, yeah.
Yeah.
Schauffele. That was pretty good, Nick.
Thank you.
Let's start calling him that. Just like how we call him Marty Trucks, now he is Xander Schauffele.
Perfect.
Will the winning score be better or worse than 7.5 strokes under par?
So right now, Lowry Salt is 7 under, but he only went 2 under today. He can go better than that, right?
I think so. Yes.
Yeah, I'll say yes.
Everyone's going to say better.
Okay.
I mean, honestly, it depends on the weather.
Yeah, it wouldn't have been so bad if it wasn't
What's
for
the weather at the old Royal Troon?
Well,
I'm trying to
it's
find
in England, so probably bad.
because when
it varies dramatically from course to course because a lot of these courses are right on the ocean.
Oh, do they go to multiple different courses?
yes, it rotates
Well,
for
no,
like 5 or 6 over the
over
the years.
No,
but-
they're playing the same course
Yes,
this weekend,
yes.
Gotcha.
but yeah, the weather can really be dramatically different
That
one
would be
day
a
to the
fun
next.
thing if they did a fun bit for a golf tournament. If they just every day they went to a different one.
be interesting. Adam says crappy weather tomorrow. I would take the under. Well, crap. We've already done it.
You're going to change?
No, I'm actually trying to find if there's an actual line for this, but I cannot find it, so there must not be one.
I'm gonna stick with it.
All right, I'm gonna stay with it too.
Baseball.
Yay! Paul Skeens?
The Mariners are
Hey,
gagging away the AL West lead.
my favorite team.
I know, but they've
it?
lost a lot of ground. The Astros are gaining. Pick the series, Nick.
Where's it at?
Astros at Mariners. At Mariners.
Mariners in 2 games.
Mariners 2-1.
2-1. That was
The
a call-
vernacular. He's still catching up with the vernacular.
That was a callback.
Oh, it was?
Yes.
Okay. Astros 2-1.
Whoa, no faith in your team.
Hey, it'll be like me picking
That's
against the
pretty
Cowboys
sad.
all year, which I will be doing.
That said, I am
Except
gonna,
in week 1 versus
I am going to
the
take the
Browns.
Astros 2-1.
Browns suck.
Both Both Nebraska grad starting pitchers are pitching tonight. Matt Waldron of the Padres are at the Guardians. Padres plus a 1.5.
Tonight? Give me Mike Schaefer.
And you take the Guardians?
Hell yeah.
Give me the Pods, the Fathers.
Remember, you're getting a 1.5 there, so that's an advantage for Nick. I'm gonna ride with the Pods.
Riding with Biden, says John.
The Daddy Boys.
Wow, interesting.
And Spencer Schwellenbach is starting for the Braves tonight at home against Sonny Gray and the Cardinals. Braves minus a 1.5. I'm going to pick.
Is Schwellenbach like Schwalkoff Stadium?
I like Schwellenbach
I'm gonna
because
go
he sounds like the
Cards.
name of a player that would be in the 40s.
I'm going to pick the Cardinals.
I'm going to agree with John here.
I'll take the Braves.
You want to do the chop?
Nope.
All right.
Unlike Florida State, the Seminole tribe did not give the Braves.
They did not.
Famously.
So, which of the two Huskers, Waldron or Schwellenbach, will record the most outs tonight? Basically, which pitcher goes deeper into their game?
Waldron.
Oh,
interesting. Copying off my homework.
Waldron.
Wow.
Will Ohtani homer this weekend?
Yes.
Who are the Dodgers playing? I didn't look at this up. I did not look this up. Is it Tigers?
Red Sox.
Red
the
Sox.
Red Stockings.
Are they at home or away?
It is in Los Angeles.
Not that it really matters.
Yeah.
The answer is yes. It's always yes.
Duh. John, he is the best.
John, it's Shohei Ohtani.
It's Shohei. He's the second best player in baseball behind Paul Skeens.
Mhm.
I might want to.
Of course you do. You
I mean,
want to
I got
lose
a big
point.
lead. I could.
How many
steal
points
a
are you
point.
up on?
A lot.
All right.
I'm
like that
undefeated
detailed number.
Just wait till
I
football
think
season.
I think he is going to hit a home run.
Because he's good.
Because it's Shohei Ohtani.
Yeah, John.
His whole bit is just hitting home runs.
Yeah.
And famously not doing the other half of his job, which is pitching.
He's hurt, John.
You're not doing the other half of your job right now. When's the last time you called a Creighton basketball game? Lazy.
Well, they haven't played.
Well, he hasn't pitched.
Why doesn't Creighton do a summer league, John?
Oh, interesting. Yeah.
They kind of do have a summer league, actually. WNBA All-Star Game. So have they always done this, or is this only an Olympic year thing? So Team USA.
Yeah.
So the women's.
Let me look at last
year. The women's U.S. Olympic team. I assume it's the women's U.S. Olympic team. Is
Team
playing
USA?
the rest of the WNBA All-Star.
Last year was Team Stewart versus Team Wilson.
So this must be an Olympic year thing.
Because in 2021 they did Team USA versus the WNBA All-Stars.
Oh,
All right, so this is the U.S. Olympic team
that is really
versus
cool.
the rest of the WNBA.
Back in the day, it used to be East versus West.
USA minus 5.5.
Do we know who's on the Olympic team?
Well, of course we do. We know it's not Caitlin Clark.
That's why I'm going with the WNBA All-Stars.
I'm going to go with the Olympic team.
Ditto.
Wow. You're the one who keeps hyping up the Olympics.
1
and
week
John
away,
and
Nick.
I are the only ones who pick the
My
Olympics.
pod next week, I'm talking to a two-time Olympian.
You're not representing the women that are going to represent our country.
No, they're...
I mean, remember, Josh. has a
Remember.
very problematic relationship with women yesterday.
No, I do not.
Formula One.
I love women.
Woo! Formula One is racing in the Hungarian Grand Prix.
Thank you, Trump.
Who will finish seventh?
Seventh? This is a fun question. Do we have the odds on this?
Yeah, the odds have now been placed at the FanDuel Sportsbook. Currently, seventh in the order is Sergio Perez at plus 32.
No,
I'm
it's
sorry.
Oscar Pistorius.
It's Oscar Pistorius, yeah. Plus 1,800.
I'm going to go with Nick's boy, Louis. Louis.
Sir Louis mounting a comeback.
Yeah, to finish seventh.
Give me Carlos Sainz.
We'll finish seventh. What a question.
Even though Max hasn't been winning every race.
Verstappen?
It's been a diverse season as far as
You know
winning
what?
goes.
In honor of his inspiring speech last night at the RNC, give me Nico Hulkenberg.
Nice.
Brother. You know, he didn't used to just say brother all the time.
He's leaned into the bit.
He is so leaned into it.
At least he didn't lean into this other bit.
Yeah. Well, you can't say that word's not marketable.
No, it's definitely not.
You can't put that word on a T-shirt.
I mean, all he needs to do is say, "What are you going to do when Hulkamania is older than you?" You don't have to end it with brother. You don't have to end it with brother.
Did you think his voice sounded different? Because I was watching the video and Riss wasn't watching, and she goes, "Who is that?" I said, "It's Hulk Hogan." She said, "It is." It sounded like someone doing a Hulk impression.
Hulk Hogan, the wrestler.
The wrestler? Yeah. So I was like, "No, that's Hulk." Did you think his voice sounded different? Maybe it's because I knew going in that it was him.
No, I don't think it sounded that different.
Interesting.
His voice does sound kind of rough, though.
Well, he's almost 7.
He's almost Biden age.
He could almost be a president.
He could almost be a president. Yep, indeed.
In the CFL, the Argonauts are a 2.5-point favorite at the Hamilton Tiger Cats.
I want the Argonauts because that's a sick ass name.
I'm going to go with the Argonauts too, mainly because the Tiger Cats have a dash in their name.
Also, that's really like a tiger.
Stupid.
A tiger is a cat. You don't need to say tiger cat.
Thank you. Also, if you want to call them the Tiger Cats, get rid of the dash.
True.
Dumb.
So you're going with the Argonauts?
Yeah, of course I am, John.
Not the tiger dash cats.
Yeah, not the Tiger Dash Cats.
You know what? Give me the Tiger Cats. Let's go, Tiger Cats.
Dash Cats.
Got some great matchups on UFC Fight Night tonight or tomorrow night. Du Ho Choi versus Bill Agio.
Who's the favorite here?
I mean, they're all very close. I don't remember, but I made sure these were close.
So the first guy's name is Bill?
I don't know. The thing I do with the UFC fights is I pick the ones
names
that have the funnest names but have the tightest lines.
It's a got to find that Venn diagram. Fun names, tight money line splits.
There were some actually good choices this week, which is why we're picking 2 fights. This, by the way, is your pre-main event. This is the semi-main event this week in prediction.
I'm going to go with Bill.
You going with Bill?
Bill.
Give me Bill Duhast.
I'm just a Bill.
Wow, no hope for old Du Ho Choi.
Duhast.
I'm going to go with Du Ho Choi.
Isn't that Ramstein, Nick?
Yeah.
You ever get into Ramstein?
Rammstein.
Were they problematic?
I don't think so.
All right, good.
Kurt Holabach, or Ba, is taking on Kanan Khrushchev. I'm guessing it's Khrushchevsky.
Let's go with Kanan.
Kanan sounds like Conan, who's famously a barbarian, famously good at fighting.
Nick, I think Rammstein might be. There's a whole page about controversies.
Oh, no.
Yeah, I'm going to go with
there's
Kanan.
a certain logo that shows up on this page.
That's not good.
Yeah. Anyway.
Looks like a decent Dolphins
That
logo.
logo. Yeeks. You don't want to be associated with a logo like that if you're a band in Germany. Over.
And now the main event.
God, I can't wait for football to be back. You now have turned me into what I hate, wanting to fast forward through summer.
You have done that yourself.
All because we pick a NASCAR race?
Was the main event? Yes.
This is America's sport. These are Americans driving American cars on American track. This is America.
It is none of those things.
Not like that socialist Olympics going on next week. This is
Socialist.
America.
We get to root for America. You can say go USA. You can say America first, and you're not a bad person.
But you can do that here too because America will be first.
Will they? No foreign drivers?
Well, unless Daniel Suarez wins.
Give me Suarez.
Well, you're picking 3, so you're going to take Suarez.
Give me Suarez and trucks and Blaney. I love saying Blaney.
Well, he won for you last week, so.
Yeah, he did. I knew that before right now.
Let's go with Reddick.
JJ?
Tyler.
Oh.
Larson. And
Blaney. 2 racers win 2 weeks in a row very often.
They can.
Has it happened?
Oh, it happens.
It happens.
Wow. Ooh, that's tough. Give me Billy Byron.
Interesting. I will also take Lord Byron, Marty Trucks, and Chase Elliott.
And that, my friends, was a predictions. Coming up next, we've got content. And good news for people like Josh who like to fast forward things.
Fast forward. Oh, because of football season, yeah.
Yep. 16:20 The Zone.
I made you some
Unsportsmanlike
content.
Unsportsmanlike content.
Unsportsmanlike content.
Content.
Content that's unsportsmanlike.
All right, content, Nick, go.
Josh,
Nick?
we have wonderful news for those of you who like to fast forward things to the next season.
What?
The Division I Oversight Committee is proposing starting college basketball a week earlier, starting in 2025. The proposal would open women's hoops on November 3rd of 2025 and the men on November 5th. You're welcome.
Thanks, Josh.
I'll be honest. They don't already start those dates? That's so a week earlier. So this next season would start on November 10th and November 12th? Seems
Yes.
later than normal. When does Creighton open their season?
It's one of those, like November the.
This year, Creighton opens up, on November the 8th. Wow, I guess that seems later. That's a horrible, horrible idea. Bad idea. I don't
We're
want
another day closer to college
I
basketball.
don't want the bottom line to have scores, and it's like, is that a football game or a basketball game? I don't like that. I don't like that at all. I don't like it at all. No.
Maybe you'll like this.
Oh?
Lamar Jackson is suing Troy Aikman.
What?
The hell is going on here, Josh? And John, I guess. you
Yeah,
can answer
please
this too.
explain to me why.
I was
are
actually
we
hoping that
suing?
you could tell me. Troy apparently has like a bunch of trademarks with the number 8, where it says 8.
Well, his beer is named 8.
It is. I'd like to try his beer in a One Beer Friday, maybe. Let's get some Troy Aikman beer, Nick.
Troy Aikman.
But apparently, so Jackson owns or has applied for several trademarks using the number in various phrases. Says Aikman's attempt to use 8 on apparel and bags would be likely to cause confusion, cause mistake, or to deceive. So they're both arguing over the number 8.
But if Troy already has it trademarked,
You shouldn't be allowed to trademark a number.
well, it's like when Ohio State tried to trademark the word "the."
Yes.
Remember when that happened? I would agree with Nick.
Both of these guys are lucky that Kobe's not around too, because Kobe's that's my number.
Or 24, yeah, indeed. Give me both of those numbers.
Yeah, I don't think this should be marketable.
It's weird. It's just a regular word.
Yeah. Use Lamar 8.
There you
or
go.
LJ 8.
There you go. I don't
Right.
like it.
Russell Westbrook is joining the Nuggets. Why would Denver want him?
It's a rather fascinating move, given that they are already in pretty decent shape and got an, dare I say, aging player who
Ball hog,
tends to
black hole on the floor.
Yeah, and you've got a guy in Jokic that you want to make sure gets fed the rock.
I mean, I guess maybe the argument is that Jokic is such a team player that Westbrook will change his game.
But is Westbrook the thing that they're missing?
No, definitely not. Hell, the thing that they're missing is just like they didn't go on the run. They blew a 20-point lead. Like if they get by that series, I think they go to the finals. And I don't know if they would have beat Boston. I certainly would have hoped that they could have beaten the stupid, annoying Boston Celtics, but you never know. This just doesn't seem like the right fit unless Russell Westbrook is about to enter into a completely different era in terms of how he is as a player.
Sounds like to me it's the rest of the league panicking because they know that Banner 19 is already at the seamstress getting sewn up.
Interesting.
After weeks of haggling, the TNT NBA relationship has come to a head. TNT has until Monday to match either Amazon's $1.8 billion offer or NBC's $2.5 billion contract if they want to continue airing association games. What do you think happens?
I think that it is not going to happen, even though they have been talking a really big game elsewhere, saying we want the games, we want the games, we want the games. If they want it, now is the opportunity to put their money where their mouth is. I certainly think that they could go after the $1.8 billion offer. They would have a lot of the same things that they had, maybe a fewer games. But for the most part, it'd be very similar. They would get every other year for the conference finals. They would also get the in-season tournament for whatever value there is with that. It would cost them more, but they would get the league. I don't think they're going to do it, though. I think that their posture. I think the last few months have been about posturing.
I think they are going to go for it, but here's the guarantee. Let's say they say, okay, we're going to match Amazon's bid. The NBA still doesn't have to accept it.
That's true.
And if they don't, that's when the court proceedings begin. And that's what I think is going to happen. I think TNT is going to match the Amazon offer, and because they're going to force the issue, because this has now become a little bitter.
Yes, it is.
You know, Zasloff is obviously trying to save face because he's the one that said we don't need the association and then seemingly backtracked. Meanwhile, it seemed like Adam Stern was taking an extra level of Adam Silver is taking a little bit of extra glee in trying to stick it to Turner and Zaslav. I think this thing ends up in court.
That won't be good.
9 days before the rest of Major League Baseball begins their season in 2025, the Dodgers and the Cubs will open the season in Tokyo. Is it time for the Grum to go on the road?
This is literally happening right before the start of the NCAA tournament.
That is wild.
Well, last year, the Padres and Dodgers opened on the first day of the regular tournament.
Also, it's in Tokyo, so it's going to be early as hell.
Yeah, are you going to wake up?
Grab brush, put on a little makeup.
Well, the games were on at the ones from Korea were on at
5 a.m.
Was it that early?
Yeah.
Because I remember watching.
It was that early.
I remember watching the last 5 innings.
Are you going to watch the whole 9 innings? You're a Cubs fan. You're a diehard Cubs fan. I won't miss a game.
Probably, and the Cubs will have home field advantage because they famously have Suzuki and they've got 2 Japanese players.
Oh, interesting.
Is that how that works?
Yep. And all of Japan will be rooting for the Cubs because Japan famously loves the red, white, and blue.
I think it's stupid. I
Whoa.
get it. I just don't like. It's 9. That's so many days before the rest of the season.
I know it's weird.
It is. Get your money, baseball. I guess get your money.
Ben Sass is leaving the University of Florida after his wife was diagnosed with epilepsy. He will continue teaching at the university. Any thoughts?
I mean, honestly, I saw that news when I got home yesterday. I'm guessing it was something similar for you.
Mm-hmm.
Brutal news. It's not like he's been there that long. You know, he just got down there last year.
He hasn't, but apparently his wife's been
been
dealing
a while,
with health issues for a while. So while it's disappointing, it's not surprising.
No, it is not.
So, yeah, thoughts going out to the Sasses, and hopefully everything comes out okay. But a very noble move, considering that's a very powerful position.
Yeah, and he again just got. I think he had 2 seasons worth.
Had just gotten there.
Yeah.
And is willing
2 school years
to give that up so that he can spend more time focusing on family.
Notre Dame has unveiled its uniforms for the home season. The ND patch on the sleeves are now gold. What do we think?
I mean, they don't look that dramatically different.
Because it was white with a gold outline. Is that what it was?
Yes.
Yeah.
Now the ND patch is all gold. It's gold. It's not a gold. I love gold. It looks like the gold outline on the white numerals might be a little more pronounced.
Yes. Good call, John. Nice eyes.
But I mean, it's Notre Dame. They look very classy.
Yeah, it really is just
a great organization that
Classic
employs
uniforms.
a fine, outstanding coach like Marcus Freeman would look
Used to have a better coach than Brian Kelly. It's going to depend on the lighting, honestly. Because one of these photos, you can't even really see what it is. Now, I know it says ND, but the photo on the far right, the way the lighting is hitting it just doesn't look as good. I like the way that the old uniforms look, but I don't hate this. It's fine. Good call on the piping, though, or the outline, rather, of the numbers.
And that is content.
Football.
Wow, we love football. And it's going to be here. Wow, the next time we do a One Beer Friday, it'll be another week closer.
This is the first time baseball's back in almost a week, and we didn't talk about it that much, and that makes me sad.
Well, Nick.
Well, it's because the Cubs blew it today, and
Rob Sims just tweeted #FlyTheL. Is that because the Cubs lost?
Oh,
yeah, because the Cardinals are so original with their insults.
Good one, Rob.
Best insult you can give to a Cardinal: just have a Cardinal look in the mirror.
Damn. Wow. Boom roasted.
That's cutting.
Boom roasted.
It did. Cut to the quick. All right. We'll wrap things up. What's for dinner? Weekend is next. 1620 The Zone.
It's down. We're going to get up, and on the way up, we're going to bite a kneecap off.
Crust is good on your pizza, not your ass.
I will eat your ass first.
He's tough as a Woolworth steak.
And then it's going to take 2 more shots to knock us down. All right, and on the way up, we're going to take your other kneecap.
I'm ready to hang them up, gut them, and skin them, and chop them up. You know what? I'm ready. My daughters aren't starving to death. I'll eat my neighbors.
And we're going to get up, and then it's going to take 3 shots to get us down. And when we do, we're going to take another hunk out of you.
Cliff, what are you going to take away as your best memory from playing basketball at Boston College?
Probably just like going out to eat.
Well, tonight the boys and I are heading over to the arena for SmackDown. So
arena food?
Guessing.
You should get a $40 LA Knight t-shirt.
I don't need a $40 t-shirt.
I don't think I've ever seen John in a t-shirt.
John doesn't wear t-shirts.
I got one wrong.
You don't ever wear them just like your main
I do
outfit.
I do when I mow the lawn, when I'm at home.
Yeah, but you don't do it like around us.
Yeah.
Well, not here. I'm at work.
We
We dress formally with collars.
We should do t-shirt Tuesdays.
Oh, that'd be fun, John. You have to wear a t-shirt. Do you have an arena food that you like? Like, do you go like tenders, burgers, brats,
well, I mean,
dogs?
it depends on the venue. I'm not really familiar with the concession food.
Yeah, you need the media food.
CHI.
The pretzels are pretty
the media
good.
Food, yeah.
So we have some bone-in thighs, which normally we have boneless thighs. So I'm trying to decide if I want to take out the bone and cook them the normal way, or
Yeah.
if I just want to add in heating up the oven and throwing them in there after I get them done on either side. Gonna do a little rice like Nick.
Nice.
And then some veggie or a grain, because technically corn is a grain. I just
Yes.
haven't decided yet. Yeah, a little hot sauce too.
Outside of our friends at the Ron Colley concession stand, the best concession stand in America, the best concession stand food are the spicy chicken bites at the Knoxville Raceway.
Really?
They are spicy. They're really good.
Oh, that sounds tasty. Nick?
Nice. We don't know yet. We're gonna go to the store and see if something tickles our fancy.
Gonna go to the store. Wow.
Well, guess what, Nick? You,
What?
Patriot Supply Nick, can now go to Costco.
Oh.
Because you can skip the middleman. You no longer need to order from My Patriot Supply.
What?
Yes, Costco is now selling ReadyWise emergency food supply kits.
Wow. That's just what I wanted.
Yeah.
Costco MREs.
What a way to start your weekend.
With a remarkable shelf life of up to 25 years, this assortment isn't just a temporary fix, it's a long-term solution.
I cannot imagine having the anxiety to buy a food that would last 25 years because I'm so worried about the end of the world.
Costco writes, it's a tangible expression of your dedication to assuring you and your loved ones are cared for no matter what lies ahead. But it's not just about survival. It's about maintaining a sense of normalcy, comfort, and even enjoyment during challenging times.
Hey, baby, you're gonna eat the rest of your Kirkland MRE?
Yes, normalcy. Yes, let's all sit down and have some of this nice meal that I scooped out of this bucket.
Yeah.
I hope it includes Costco hot dogs.
Bye!
See ya.